Oh, Heavenly Father, we come to you giving you thanks, giving you praise and grace, thanking you for another day. We appreciate the opportunity to serve. We only ask that you put the wisdom, the strength in our hearts and in our minds to make decisions that are in the best interest of citizens across Washington County. We ask for this all in your Son, Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
And the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Washington County Board of Supervisors, 9th Session, Board President Carl McGee presiding.
Okay. On the agenda, any additions?
City of Leland,
City of Leland.
Personnel, executive.
Okay, you got a personnel executive session. Personnel executive session. I have,
Contract and executive
I have
session.
contract negotiations
Yeah.
plus litigation.
shall we say?
All executive
I'm
session.
finna send a letter from the city.
Okay.
Is there anything else? I need a motion. So moved. And a second.
Second.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And the minutes. I got a motion to approve. Now you have several sets of minutes, and we'll take them one by one. First is March 17th. Board meeting. I got a motion to approve, and thank you here for the second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
One day.
I got one day. And the special meeting on March 26th. Need a motion? So moved. Jerry, second. Thank you, sir. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Carter, you put the Sportsplex minutes in here?
I did.
Oh, we got another set, 28.
Yeah, 27.
Yep. I got it right here. Okay, on the 28th, those minutes as well, special meeting. We'll make a motion to go ahead, accept. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I'm gonna try to find, if you all should have the Sportsplex minutes in front of you, and when we get down to Sportsplex, we'll go ahead and adopt those, give you a second.
It's easy to put out.
Right.
I won't be able to read all those minutes in this short period of time.
All right.
When they give it to us?
Wait a minute. This is the bylaws. This should be in your pack. Okay? And we'll talk, we'll accept that excuse me when we get to it. All right.
You talking about this right here? This is me. What are you talking about?
Hey.
Board minutes, February 8th. Right there, if you can't find it.
Stuff is in your mailbox right there.
Okay, now back to the agenda. E91 expenditures. First,
Good morning.
morning.
Have, 901 expenditures for the month of March, total $138,614.62.
Need a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second.
More information, how much?
Thanks, Tom. Approve. Amount? 138,614.
1,000.
$138,614.62.
And what's that going with?
There's a big piece in there for the, radio system maintenance for the next 2 years.
And how much is it?
It's 101.
101,000.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting authorization to proceed with a map update for our county 911 map, for our map vendor, Dust State University. The total is $12,000. What we're doing is updating all the changes that have been made in the last 2.5 years since they updated the map.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, our Motorola Callworks 911 system maintenance is up for renewal, $47,477.76.
What was that, David?
The 911 system,
Okay.
we did the radio last night, this is the 911.
So moved to approve.
I got a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have a request for 3 memberships to the Mississippi Civil Defense Emergency Management Association for 1 year, totaling $120,000.
$120,000. When you
$120.
Thank you, David. $120, the one-year membership for the 3 members. Need a motion
So moved.
and a second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have a travel request to attend our annual training conference, May the 20th through the 23rd in Biloxi. Tentative travel total $547.
Need a motion
So moved.
and a second. Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Last thing I have is I want to give y'all an update on the outdoor warning system upgrade. They were actually supposed to come last week and start changing out antennas. The weather did not allow them to do that. Fortunately, we've got a forecast of much drier weather for the next 2 weeks, so they should get in here and hopefully get the project completed in the next 2 to 3 weeks. All the equipment is ready to install, radio the program. We just gotta get it put in, and we'll do it, get it tested, and we should be back in business for many years to come.
All right, that's 100% of the outside sirens working, right?
Correct.
Any questions?
Is that siren included Arcola? Arcola siren is done.
Yes, we got parts orders for it, but it will, when they put the new radio in it, it will work. It's for all.
My little horse, I was hollering out there to get them folks over this room.
Thank you, Terry.
I have a comment.
Okay, hold on, okay.
How you doing today? Yeah, how you doing? I didn't know, 'cause I don't know, people said you can hear. Okay. You and I met a while back, talking about a company to come in to do the debris removal should we have a natural disaster. Have you met back with them? My only concern is that we should get someone in place for the county. If you got any other agencies, at the last board meeting, I talked to the board members about natural disaster preparedness. And I went to, at NACO, they talked about that, and one of the first items you should have is someone already set up for debris removal and know how to do the FEMA paperwork. And I know you did meet with the company, and so I wanna make sure we get that in a line for Washington County, that we have someone, already that we've approved to be that agency.
Yeah, so those people that came, that we talked to, they sent me their contract from Jackson County. I went through all of that. It's really 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because what you do is only good for 30 days, which allows you the time to put your bid package together.
Right.
Even though there's no money involved, it is a contract that you still have to go through the bid process and all of that. And, we can do it if y'all want to. Honestly, it's really not, it's not worth it, because we're in a position that a lot of counties aren't in.
Mm-hmm.
Our road department has the personnel and the equipment and the experience, unfortunately. Not a lot, but enough, to go in and get the roads clear, get everything, to where we can function. Basically, push everything to the side of the road, even give the residents time to add to that by cleaning up their yards and stuff. And typically, you're gonna be past the time frame it takes to go through the process, get the contract, for the debris removal. Because not only do you have to
Right.
debris.
That's correct.
So you have to have debris monitoring, you have to have a contract for that as well, because nobody does both anymore, everybody's separated.
Well, they had to separate because it was like check and balances for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. My only concern is I just saw what happened in Sharkey County. Of course, everything, the whole town was just gone. We may have it in place, but should we have a natural disaster, everything won't be in place. People lost their homes. So I want to make sure that should we do have some form of natural disaster, even though we have it in place while we haven't had a storm, but when you have a storm, you have a natural disaster, everything is not in place. And I'm sure Sharkey County was no different from Washington County. They had people in place, but when people lose their homes, they lose loved ones, the town hall gone, equipment is gone, you're not in place. So that's why I brought that to your attention, to think about long term, because right now we have no problems here. We all same mind. We don't have any vigilance going on in our community. And I want us to always be 110 prepared. So that's why I brought it to your attention. And I would like for us to move forward on that. NACO had an 8-hour course on natural disaster preparedness. And you had people from Florida, just about all the towns, all the counties that's on the coastal area. You had Hawaii there. I mean, it was quite a few counties across the nation was there, and that was one of the number one things they said is having someone prepared to be able to do your removal, of course, to track it. Also, the concern is you may be prepared right now, but if your town is gone and key people are, out of pocket due to what was lost, is non-functional. And so I just want to make sure we are functional should something like, I pray it never happens, but I want Washington County to be prepared.
Okay. I guess so where we are now, the next step would be to hire somebody to write the contract, to put out for bid. I'm sure there's people out there that would bid on doing that. So that would be, if y'all want to move forward with this, that would be the next step to do, is to get somebody to write a contract and put out the bid.
David, when's the next time you're gonna have a drill?
I don't know.
Just let us know. And the reason I ask is extremely important for board members. To clearly understand where we are from an emergency response standpoint. I want you to clearly understand the assets we have, the different teams we have to respond when something happens. Weather event, whether it's rain and flood, whether it's high winds, tornado, whatever. But, we've been doing this. When we look at the weather forecast, we prepare for it days in advance. Bring everybody together, put together our response plan, go over, make sure everybody's ready to go. But let's do that to make sure all the board members clearly understand where we are. As far as our response plan and who are the players, hospitals, schools, whatever, everybody needs a copy of that. Can you email everybody a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have to write that exercise, the exercises we have coming up, won't really address that, so we'll get to work right now and get it, get it to mayors, see if we can get everybody, get one done for everybody.
Outstanding.
All right?
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
County engineer. Morning.
Got several things bring the board this morning. First off, and I asked Mark to tell me a lot of detail as he had talked about some of it. First thing, just to let you know that, we got authority from state aid. I think we've been back about 7 months to the day, and we got 5 jobs. And, we advertised, the board had already given us permission to advertise the state LSVP 7630 Baker Road, LSVP 7631 Burdette Road, SAVP 7601 Club 17 Road, and ERBR 7609 Surveillance Station Road. That's total, the state aid, or our estimate for the state aid project now is about $5.5 million. We're concerned a little bit about the estimate that was submitted for Surveillance Station Road for the program, but, we decided we need to, we got the plans approved by state aid, so we're going to go ahead and take the bids. If it's, a little bit out of the money, then we'll, come back to the board and have to ask the commissioner to help us get some extra money. But, we will take these bids, like I say, April 24th, and we'll, actually tabulate them. We'll take the bids here in this room, and Ms. Martinez, she'll be here, Ms. Hansel, either one, just to write down the bids when we open, and, we'll have them tabulated and bring them back to y'all's, May 5 meeting, and, award these things and get these 5 bridges on the contract to the county.
Outstanding.
All right?
Any questions?
The next thing,
Any questions on that?
Yeah. On each road, what district is Hanley in?
Hanley Road is, just south of Arcola. I believe that was in District, 2.
In Baker?
Mr. Benson's Baker's, and, District 5, Mr. Redmond's district. Burdette's and Mr. Benson's district again. Club 17 is in, Mr. Gordon's, and Surveillance Station Road is, I believe, in Mr. Redmond's district again.
Thank you.
Right. So good.
Mark has several other items on the cover with you.
So y'all have this report, and, so anyway, the rest of the bridges we're still working on. We're gonna continue to push out these LSVP, make sure we're not in line for recension, because that's a rolling thing every year. So, of the ones he just talked about $3 million of that $5.5 million total will come out of LSVP is what we anticipate. The next set, you can see we've got several more that are in line. I think the next set, the next 2 that we'll probably have ready will be Collier and Huntington Point, and then the others will follow. So, when we get down to the other projects, CRSA projects, the 2 bridges that are on Winterville-Priscilla Road, we met in Yazoo City with our district LPA engineer on the 17th. We've done some right-of-way certificates we've gotten completed. I think they've emailed and they're online now, and they had emailed, and Mr. McGee has resubmitted those. We're to the point with, before probably the next meeting, we'll have our PS&E plans submitted to them. So basically, once they look through those, they'll give us authority to advertise at the MDOT level. And, so what I would like to ask today is on the CRSA 0061604 Winterville Road, the West Bridge, that we need authority to advertise. So when we receive it from MDOT, we can immediately work to get it in the paper.
Need a motion?
So moved.
And a second. Thank you, Tim. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
The second bridge on Winterville Priscilla's east of Tamburo is CRSA 0616-0002. We also want authority to advertise. We're going to send both of those at the same time.
So moved.
Got a motion? I need a second. Thank you, Tim. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
As part of them looking through our contract to issue the final notice to advertise, we already have a contract with the county to do these bridges, and our scope of work is defined as anything that's required in the MOA that the county has with the Department of Transportation. What they had asked us to do, and I've sent this last week to the attorney, they want us to include a specific scope of work for the CE&I, which is basically during construction, says what we're going to do. We're already going to do this, but they want this specific language added to our contract. So for each of the contracts for those 2, I would ask that we make an addenda for each contract, and basically the only thing that's added to it is a scope of work for the consulting, engineering, and construction and inspection during the course of construction. And this is terminology that was sent directly to us from MDOT for each project, so I just need to get approval for an addenda for each one.
Is that new?
No, ma'am. We already have contracts in place.
I'm not talking about the contract itself.
Talking about
I'm
the
saying, is that
addendum.
new for the addendum?
No. What we had originally, we used these are kind of a hybrid ERBR, and then it also went through the Department of Transportation because there's some federal money in there. And when they have federal money involved, they want the specific scope of work. But what we had in our contract was it said, we're gonna do the construction engineering exactly as required in the MOA. That's the agreement that y'all signed, the county signed with the Transportation Commission to get the money. And there it just says, it has a couple things listed out. So when they looked at our contract, that's part of what we have to do is submit that for that PS&E review and for their office review. They wanted this exact language in there.
Does the percentage remain the same?
Now,
Does the percentage remain the
nothing
same?
changes.
So move.
Second.
There's two
I
copies.
got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Ms. Bernadine, I'll get those back from you later today.
Anybody else?
Yes, sir. So, part of that report, I know you already talked about, y'all wanted some quotes for the padded jail cell. In your package, we got two quotes, one from Cornerstone and one from Marathon.
Where is it?
If you have your
Third page.
package, but that is on the back of it.
No, back to this.
Yeah, here's, there's gonna be the Cornerstone, and then there'll be one that looks like this Marathon. When you just look at, they're both basically the same scope of work. The only thing the county will have to provide is a dumpster for them to dispose of the material. Both of them have that exclusion that y'all provided, which would be to your benefit anyway. The Cornerstone, when you just look at it, is $65,024.40. The Marathon is $67,950. Now, the Marathon, and I don't think the county can do this, they offer a prepaid discount. If we were to pay the whole thing up front, they would reduce their price to $61,655.
Can't legally do that.
Can't legally do it, so the lowest bid for that work is gonna be Cornerstone in the amount of $65,024.
Questions, comments?
Yeah.
They did the original work also.
Where is Cornerstone from? Where are they located?
Montgomery, Alabama,
Okay.
is where we got the quote. And they were, I think they were the original contractor that installed it when they built it.
So move. Go up the lowest bid.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any questions?
Second.
All right, thanks, Lee. My question is that they were the original installers. How did that equipment perform that they used? Did it last long enough? Did it start to fall apart?
It was tore up, so,
I don't know, I don't think all of it.
Talking about a jail.
Very,
all I can say to you is, that it's needed, it's much needed. And we put to the best that we can to provide the, security, make sure it don't get torn again.
It was torn up and the material didn't fail.
It failed if we had to replace it now. Yes, sir. I mean, I would check with them and see what type of warranty that they can give us on it.
They're all gonna have 1 year, both of them are 1 year, because you're getting into people damaging and stuff, and, you know, if it's a material thing, they'll fix it, but, you know, when they get into intentional or willful damage, everybody's gonna exclude that.
These are mentally ill people, personal people, so.
Chief Barber,
Tear it up.
when was it installed?
With the pre,
It was installed when the facility,
revolution.
And how long ago that was?
11 years, 12 years.
Oh, okay.
All right, I got a motion and a second. No other questions? No other questions? All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
One other thing I did want to bring to y'all's attention, we brought y'all before, there's this thing called the EFLAC, it's the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Access Program. And what they do is they provide funds, or it's a grant opportunity to try and capture some funds to improve the transportation to federal lands. It's mainly like, we only have two that would probably qualify. We've got the Holt Collier Wildlife Refuge, and Yazoo National Wildlife Refuge. The Holt Collier, all the bridges around there in fairly decent condition. Over at Yazoo, there's two bridges. There's one over on Woodsaw Mill Road that's been closed for a little while. It's a pretty large bridge, 115 feet. And then there's also one over on Cox Road. It's been closed for a long time, and you can't really access it with a pickup, especially today you wouldn't be able to get down there. So that application process closes on May the 2nd. So I know we brought this before. I would recommend, if we're gonna try to submit an application, we would go for the Woodsaw Mill bridge number SA 76072. And this will be an application to try and get 100% funding for the bridge.
That's
And I
between me and you.
asked Mr. McGee that, I got a call from some folks that had ridden with the, Yazoo Wildlife, refuge staff the other day. They say they've been cut back. They only have 5 people to maintain the whole several thousand acres, of land. They can't do it. And this bridge would be a great assistance to Cox Road. They talked about maybe want to abandon it in the future anyway. So, that's why we recommend this bridge be approved by the board to advertise or to program it as an EFLAP project. And,
It is a grant application, there's about $7.6 million available statewide. We've got one we're doing right now in Sharpton County, so we'd like to at least try and.
Yeah, that bridge, it may be actually on Jerry or me, it's right close to both ours, so
Some-
I would say
some
Wood
we,
Sawmill Bridge.
apply for
because
the money.
It was, the Cox Road Bridge is, it's, like I said, it probably could be abandoned, to be
I
honest
got a
with
motion. Need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Jerry. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
you.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah.
Made the motion.
Yeah, I made the motion. Other question is there any funding available for drainage, what's the name, property, right off of, Highway 82, by the landfill? I can't think of that community.
Forest Acres area.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, and I'm sure the gentleman will be back again, because we just had a bad flood. Can you look for any funding that we can look for, to help with that project? Inga went in and did some work for us, just doing a small assessment, and that project was a nice project, but I guess the concern is if there are wetlands out there, because I did go out there, had to go on the side by side, because you can't drive out there. But that area is really a real concern for people, because they do actually reside out there. A lot of them have to move out when the rain comes, and the rain gets in their home.
Are they reporting those to our planning department to make sure we have a damage assessment and stuff?
I don't know if they're I really don't know, but I did go out there, just about 3 years ago I went, and we were trying to find find out what the problem was, and we did apply for some federal dollars, through South Delta, but we never heard anything back from them. But I know that is a real concern for the people that live out in that community.
We will continue to look. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of federal programs that would do that have been cut or in a state of flux right now. And really, probably for the next 5 or 6 months till all this stuff gets settled out, we don't know what funding is going to be available for stuff like that. There's not anything specifically for that, for those areas, but as these new notice of fundings come out, we'll definitely keep our eye on it.
My biggest concern is having a plan already prepared, so when the dollars are available, we can immediately submit our application versus waiting on the dollars and trying to put an application together.
We'll be able to put a application together for what we need to do quickly.
Anyone else?
Just something else after this. Just something after this.
Oh, it's not. Appreciate that.
Yes?
No. With them, I was just letting him finish what he was talking about. I see Gayla here, and I'm sure she's concerned about I know y'all been working on the facility y'all were waiting on maybe a number of housing, that we would need to house. This is talking about the facility for the dog facility. Again, I was thinking it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to hold 70 dogs. And like I said, I see Gayla out there, and I know y'all was kind of waiting on to see about where we were at on that.
Right.
Is that what, kind of where are y'all on that, I guess?
Right, so we've talked a couple times, and we need somebody from the county, either some board member or some designated person on, put as a person, lead person that can say, hey, this is what we need 100%, this is where we're gonna be, this is the budget you have that we need to try and work on.
Okay.
I think I talked with Gayla, we've been to Kendrick Proctor's, and got pictures, we've
Right.
got all that stuff. We've done some stuff through the years for ARP and other organizations, but nothing ever has come to fruition.
Okay.
And we just need to have some point person that says, hey, when they say this is what we're gonna have, that's who signed off on it, and then agrees that's where we need
Right.
to move forward. And we need some kind of a budget to see that, so we can see exactly what we're gonna do and the exact location. I know we talked to it a couple of times, being on what it's gotta be. We gotta have this office, and then when we get all of our layouts and stuff together,
Yeah.
they can look at it, approve it, or do whatever we need to do. But, you know, it's really a point for us to be able to give us the details that we need to meet what they're looking for.
We did budget some for that. I'm not gonna say how much out loud, just because that would go out for bids, but you can get with Charlisa, she has the budget on that. We did do that. Again, we had some talk, you know, about what I think was, you know, needed there. And we do have plenty of land out there and it's away from everybody else or, you know, neighborhoods. But that would, I guess, be a question for the president, if wanted to have a point person or whatever, you know, to do that, you know. It doesn't, I can do that if that's what the board wants, it doesn't matter. We just need to move forward with it
Yeah.
on that, you know.
Please, you need to be closer, and between you and Ms. Brooks, and it don't take two, so, you pick that.
Okay.
I got a question to Ms. Gayla. Mrs. Fertiza said they had a plan that was created some years ago. Do y'all still have that plan?
He's got two sets of plans. The smaller is probably the more.
Like I said, we've done this with
We've worked
several
on
organizations.
numerous plans for numerous groups, done our best to help them put together something
Mm.
and, bring up and bring to the board and tell us, you know, what to do. I mean, we're the people that put it together after somebody decides, and that somebody is the board, and we need somebody to tell us, plan this thing for $75, put a playroom in, put a chip room in, put an office for in, and this, you know, and we can come up with the water issues, the sewer issues, things like that to make it as easy to operate from the operator we can. Where we put it is gonna determine, you know, cost, because we probably have to put in a pump station just like you would for subdivision to pick up the wastewater and pump it to a sanitary sewer system, dump it in the city, get water to it, wash out and drink it and that sort of thing. But we need, and we can handle all those things. We need a number of animals to do for us, so they can't say, well, you should put 100 animals in instead of 70 animals. You know, those are things, you know, executive decisions that we've been waiting on the board to make. And two things, how many and where at, and we can take care of the other issues.
Okay, I know it's two locations, and you brought up a very important point about the drainage, the backwash. I know we looked at a location right off of Highway 82. I can't think what's the name of. What was it? Yeah, we looked at that location, and actually, you do have to put all that in building this facility. And so I guess the concern is, you know, what kind of price, have you started looking at pricing on the current location where they're looking to put it on the county property versus those two properties? Because that's gonna be a concern.
Because, you know, year to year, it's gonna change, and the number that we design for is gonna change. So, you know, we've been looking at sizes of houses and quantities of gallons per minute, things like that, but we hadn't priced it until we get down to exactly what we're pricing.
I guess the biggest concern for me at this point, identify, would it be cheaper to build on the county's property or going to this other property that already has drainage out there? And I never even thought about it, because I'm sure the price, the bill is gonna be the same, but just on that piece, as far as bringing water, electricity, all of that, would it be cheaper to build on the county's property versus that other property? And I'm sure you hadn't even been out there.
I don't know where you're talking about, what in the world, I don't know if there's sewer available and water available, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, I think water, because I think somebody once lived there. I don't know what they did. They had it was a camp or something. Where is Woodland?
The Woodland of the World building.
Organization.
And it's backed up to county property and benches.
If you get a chance, would y'all just go look at it and see if it has those amenities already there?
Jerry,
But
that's Jerry.
I don't think they've got sewer. I think everything's on septic tanks out there, but it's it's on septic tanks, you know, if it can be done, but that's not the best case.
Okay, I just want to identify what is the best place.
Tell us where it's at. We're willing to
Also
do
have
what it takes
razor
to get
wire
it done.
fence and tall fences.
Again, which one of them was?
We have the fence on around the county land with the razor wire and stuff on it. Well, we're going hard.
What we'll do, Mark, we'll get
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all, road manager. How you doing this morning, Clint?
I'm doing good this morning. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good weekend?
Yes, sir.
Hope nobody got washed out over the weekend.
Nelson, we need a phone call for you, everything's okay.
Hey,
Well, I do want to bring one area to your attention, and it flooded really, really bad over in that area. The neighborhood is off of Highway 82 going east on the right side. It's a service station, and I can't think of the name of the road, Saints. All of that area, it drained so, it flooded so bad out there. I just think you maybe, would you go look at it to see?
I'll look at it. I got out this morning about 6 o'clock, maybe looking at some ditches, and I went all the way out to Tribute to the boat out there and looked. There was water touching the bottom of the boat bridge. So
Yeah, I saw that.
we're at a point where the big ditches they're taking all they can take, and I've been keeping up with the river stage thing, and they're talking about sometime around on the 11th they're gonna be closing still by a gate. So hopefully the rains play out a little bit for us.
And it's just not out that whole area. If you just go look at that whole residential area. Thank you.
I don't have any requests for any approvals, just kind of where we at, and when we're moving forward. Right now, we've been going for the past couple of weeks, we're doing some chip and sealing, going with getting between these rain breaks. Right now, we're still in Mr. Brooks's district. As soon as we're done there, we're packing up, we'll try to get some of these tourist spots that's been laid out for years, get these spots overlaid. I've got Caterpillar here this morning with our reclaimer, had a wire harness recall, so they're at our shop this morning redoing that. I'll have that machine back up and going this afternoon, shoot, if everything goes good. And that machine's going to Andrive to tear up that spot on Andrive, so we can get that issue addressed. After it leaves there, I plan on taking it to Sligo Dead. It's pretty bad road on Sligo Dead, so I'm gonna get that knocked out. And then also I want to move it to Sunflower Ridge Road and try to get a spot out there because we're doing some construction on the bridge out there. And I'd like to get that road passable out there too. So, we're also this week, if this rain gets out of hand, drains down pretty good, I'm firing our mowers up for the year. We're fixing to start getting some of this grass knocked out.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation about a spray program. A spray program.
Okay.
To kind of help manage some of this grass cutting.
Matter of fact, we purchased, probably been a year ago, we purchased a sprayer that goes behind a tractor. We do have an extra tractor with a big sprayer to spray with, so we do have that.
All right, we'll have a conversation, make that work. Any questions?
Not a question, just a comment. Really talking to the board to consider outsourcing the areas in the county that's residential, like in the community of Elizabeth. It gets really, really bad out there, and people actually live out there. And unfortunately, when they hit Elizabeth and they cut that that area, they won't come back until maybe 4 months, like a month later, and the grass is like extremely overgrown in that community. And I'm sure it's other residential communities that maybe have the same concern, but I am asking the county to consider outsourcing that area in any major residential areas in the county, so the citizens won't have to go through a situation of really extremely high grass in their communities and waiting on the county.
One thing that we've talked about and had a discussion, assistant road manager in particular, is about developing a schedule to make sure we stay on schedule to get managed the county roads a little bit more effectively. So all the assets, as long as they're up and running, from the north end of the county to the south end of the county. And we'd like to sit down, Clay, and kind of get that, present that to the board, and see what we can actually do with the equipment we have. We might have to bring in some summer help.
Sure, and I met with Ms. Brooks, and she's totally right. There are some of these roads that's ours that are just way too narrow to get these big clippers on to try to cut, these spots. So, I can understand what she's saying about that. Some of them, we really need a mower to cut some of them.
Okay, well, we have a crew that mow, that use mower. Okay, already.
And also, I got a phone call this morning. We got a washout issue on Wilmont. I got a crew looking at it, it's just east of 61, right before Bugfly Bridge. It's not the bridge, it's before the bridge, and I got a picture of it, it's pretty bad, so I got my crew over there on site now, trying to see what the deal is, what caused it. I'm heading that way as soon as I leave here.
Where is that?
It's on Wilmot Road, just east of 61.
Okay, send pictures.
Yeah, I got some pictures, I'll shoot you.
Send a picture.
Okay. In the curve there? Yeah, I'll look at it too. Tomorrow, right there where all these shots, I'll check that. Yeah.
So it's a bridge with no rails on it?
No, it's just a bank. It's been an issue for a long time.
All right, we need railings, and now that we're public with it, let's go ahead and put a railing project together.
We can get some railing in it. We can get some railing in it, get some signs in it, stating there's a curve there, and get that addressed.
We had talked about replacing bump stops or adding bump stops. Whatever happened to that? Did y'all ever get the bump stops?
I still haven't heard anything back from the Atwood people that we sent, to get some quotes on things to come in and do them. We can't anybody want to send to do it.
What we need to do is get with engineers and go ahead and put a program together, a project together, and start fixing these bump stops. And supervisor, when you're driving through your district, if you happen to see a bridge that needs some rail repair, give them a call.
Yes, please.
Because we need to put that on the list, and we'll get these, this drilling project in place and come up with a number as to how much it's going to take just to go through the county, do the first 10 to 12, maybe 15 bridges. But, we're gonna need the engineers since we having such a hard time finding those bump stops.
Also, the bridge on Dunley, right there, or on Long Switch, right there, Rexburg and Collier Road, the small bridge, we're probably gonna have to close that bridge for a day. It's got a real bad drift issue on it. I looked at Friday, it's pretty bad, there's nothing to do about it with the ditch for right now.
Just let me know in advance so I can make a post on my page to let the citizens know it will be closed that day.
Emergency management, we'll get a text out, get some signs up for detours, and we'll get all that in place too. But I'll give you a heads up on it when get it out.
And one other thing, I'm talking to everyone, but also in Facebook world. I've been telling people in District 4, if you run across a pothole, send a picture of it. Also take a picture of that road, and I forward it over, and it has been very effective. I've just been telling people to do that, but also just within the county, if you see a pothole, because a lot of times we're not on every road every day or every week. Take a picture of that pothole and take a picture of that road and send it to me and the other supervisors so we can get it to the road department and we can fill it in.
Other than that, I also got a request on Key Road, Mr. Lee, that they want to know if we can put some speed bumps on Key Road. They saying the speed traffic is an issue on Key Road.
Just hold up, tell them to call me on that, because that does become an issue in the neighborhood. You'll have 2 people wanting it and 6 not wanting it, so, okay. Tell them to call me. Okay.
Any other questions for the road man? Hey now.
Can I, and in my place here, when y'all do your road inspection, I know something that's been giving Clay a lot of trouble, we see them where all the land levels going on in the counties, everybody's trying to take care of their land and do the best they can with it, draining the water as fast as they can. But they're putting these culverts in on the back slopes of the ditches and dumping them straight into the county ditch. And the county ditches were not designed
Just going back to the ditches, I guess the thing is, trying to identify, like, who has the right of way or who should be dragging certain ditches, like I think it's called number 4. Is that the ditch I'm talking about? But we got quite a few ditches that, we reach out to the Washington County Drainage Department, and, they say it's on another entity. And I guess the biggest concern is identifying who is supposed to drag some of these ditches, because some of these ditches hadn't been dragged in years, and that is really the main problem, not the biggest problem. But I know if we can get some of these ditches dragged, it will make a big impact on the drainage system here in Washington County. And I made calls at one time, and it was more so back and forth, but we do need to get to the bottom line of who is responsible on dragging some of these ditches in our county, so we can get the work done to offset a lot of drainage in our county.
There used to be a number of drainage commissions, and they were funded by, millage, and they became defunct because they didn't have enough to operate, and a lot of them consolidated and did the best they could with what they had. And some of those now have even sold their equipment because they couldn't keep the equipment up or keep enough operators, and they're letting it out in the contract, and they're doing a great job of it. But there is a number of them, but they are, like you say, some ditches that are not under the responsibility of the Drainage Commission, not under the responsibility of the county. And but y'all will meet with the Drainage Commission, or let them show you what's there. They got maps that tell you all their ditches, and then what's left over, would have to be somebody has to take authority. The county, would not have authority unless the attorney can say, well, it affects our county road or something like that, and then we make it take it up to do.
Yeah, I got you on that. Like, for instance, in Leland, Mississippi, the community, a street called Peyton Drive in the city of Leland. Behind there's a ditch. And from my understanding, that the Washington County Drainage Department is responsible for maintaining that ditch, cutting the ditch, but for no apparent reason they have. And I understand they outsourced a lot of their work, but it really became a real issue to the citizens in their communities, in the Black Dog community in Leland. And so the county did go out and they did as much as they could, but I really could not get the drainage. Well, the drainage department said they were coming. They did come. They did a very little, but they did not address the real concern. And I guess I'm talking to the attorney. If we really can't get the assistance we need from the drainage department that is responsible for maintaining a particular ditch, how do we address that issue? Because I'm getting called, and it's about to get hot, and in that area, the ditch is right behind the people's home. And so they had a real bad issue with mosquitoes, grass open, and people are taking care of their property. Of course, they can't go down and mow the ditch, and most of them are elderly women. So how do we address the issue like that?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, Ms. Brooks, because we have been looking at these drainage commissions. And drainage commissions are unique creatures of government. They are selected very carefully from the surrounding property owners. They are accountable not to the Board of Supervisors, not to the state of Mississippi, but to the Chancery courts. The chancellor can receive a report on them of what actions and deeds they are involved with, and they don't have to be responsive to anyone else other than the surrounding farmers or landowners. Now, the way we can get involved and do some work, we can always get involved to protect the interests of the county or protect county roads and ditches, okay? If we can show that it's affecting our roads, then you can do limited work in the area. But we're prohibited by law from going on private property or going on without permission of the drainage commissions to even entertain the notion of assisting them. So we would have to limited to protecting our interests, that is the roads. And that has been done some years in the past where we identify that in fact it's causing flooding onto our roads. This water is draining onto our roads, so we can then take some action with respect to going into those ditches and clearing them to ensure that they won't drain onto our roadways. But beyond that, we have limited authority to try and aid without direct request for assistance from these drainage commissions.
Well, I guess my biggest concern, even going into Greenville, is the same problem that I'm seeing in Leland, because actually the water does not run on the road. It just, they're not maintaining it, and it's affecting the homes. Even on Beauchamp, it's flooding real bad with I guess ditch number 4.
You mean in the city of Greenville?
In the city of Greenville,
Yeah.
but at the same token, the city, they can address it just like Leland couldn't address the issue, because first of all, most of them don't have the equipment to address the concern for the citizens. But I just know, like the Beauchamp situation, is not even run on a city road, a county road, is run on a city road, but even in their backyards, that number 4 where, what's the name, the Nissan car dealership used to be, that is a bad ditch, and it, again, is in the people's backyard again, and it's really a major flood problem. And yes, it may be in the city of Greenville, but at the end of the day, and it may be in the city of Leland, but those are still citizens of Washington County. And I'm just trying to identify, some type of solution on how to address the issue if we're not getting assistance from the drainage department.
I'd suggest the first thing, it would be, like Mark said, the Drainage Commission, they'll give you a map, and they'll point out what ditch is theirs, because you'd be surprised. The one you're calling number 4, is that, you talking about going up under 82, right there with it? Yeah, I don't even know if that's theirs, the main canal, that's not even theirs, that would be handled through the, Corps of Engineers would handle.
Although, some of the levee board maintains, it lets contractors maintain now, but it is under the jurisdiction of the Corps, and then the other number of ditches, which not a whole lot of them in the county, but they have limited.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we reach out to the Corps to ask them to come do an assessment of their particular property? Because it's not like it's just started happening. This flooding been going on even before I became a supervisor to represent that district. And I've called them once. I didn't get the response I wanted, but we got to come to an end and start addressing these issues with the drainage problem. Whoever, if it's the Corps engineer, it's a for draining district, I guess I'm just gonna come back with, those locations. And could you all or the attorney help identify who's responsible for those areas so we can start addressing those issues? Because I think we're gonna constantly get a lot more rain than normal. Like when, tornadoes. I just hit Sharkey County a second time. That's why I'm so big on, at this point, on disaster release preparedness, because the last one hit in Grace. Grace is right next door to Washington County. So that's why these issues are becoming a real concern for me on how do we prepare for the future. And if we don't get our drainage systems cleaned up when we have real bad storms, you're going to look at an area that we're going to really start overflowing the municipality and the county.
All right, let me say this to the board. Your first order of contact would be the levee board. They have a strong relationship with the Corps of Engineers. They have the map that Lee's talking about, who has responsibility of which drainage, ditch, canal, whatever you may want to call it. And Ms. Brooks, let's talk about where you are. We'll give it the commission, and they'll make contact with the Corps of Engineers so we can get this worked out. But that should be the protocol. They have a strong relationship with the Corps than what we do, and that tends to help out. There will be some situations where we can go in and provide minor assistance. We understand we're not able to go on private property, but sometimes there gets to be a situation where people are extremely distressed, and more of an emergency than what can be scheduled.
Yes.
It might not be under emergency declaration, but we have to provide the
Right.
assistance. you see.
Let me offer this, Mr. President. The Drainage Commission has right-of-ways, okay? Right-of-way roads along their drainage ditches, and you can work out an agreement with the Drainage Commission as a board to offer assistance to try to abate some of the flowing of the water collecting on our bridges or whatever, okay? To ensure that these drainage areas are clear. You can do that, okay? But you gotta have an agreement in writing with the Drainage Commission to be able to do that. And it has to be some reciprocal agreement, because both of you are governmental entities.
Right, now,
Yeah.
you do know we purchased a long-range boom just for this. Just for this. So we got the assets. And, Leland may not have, see that Greenville has,
Yes.
track holes just like we do, but we're in a position to provide the assistance.
The best way to gauge this too, this area, we just cannot handle the big rains at one time. The best way if it rains the next day, if it's drained out, it's draining pretty good. If you go down, there's still water standing, there's some issues like you're talking, but just, you have people call, I've got water standing. Well, when we get, 5 inches in a short period of time, no matter what you do, there's some areas, a lot of people build in low areas. So the best way to gauge that is to go out, give it time to drain out and do its job, and then go the next day to look and see and identify the actual problems that you have. And I would just add on to that, there's got to come some kind of, us just, requesting from the citizens too, because a lot of times we do go clean out a ditch. The things we clean out is the things that people are throwing in there, so it go to, the people that are living around, from tires to building material
Also,
to,
like Mr. Mark said, the field drain issues. we
yeah,
see.
so that's the type that, we just gotta, keep that on the, talking about it, making sure people are keeping their areas clean as good as possible. But anyway, I do know it is an issue in some areas, but some of these rains we've been having, you really can't judge it on that. Like I said, give it 24 hours. If it's drained out, then it's working. But if it's still standing, yeah, we've got an issue. But one other thing, just like you said, you rode out and looked at which ditch this morning, it was hitting the bottom of the
Oh,
bridge.
it's touching the bottom
Of which ditch was that?
Terrific road out there.
Yeah,
It's
so
touching the bottom.
the tributaries to that are trying to come in, and that big ditch is filled to the brim on it. So you just got to give it time. As long as it's flowing, though,
A lot of times, first thing we holler at is FEMA may come save us. But, and I'm just saying this.
They've been saving us.
One of the last things we do is uphold our own flood ordinance. And, I couldn't tell you how many, that come to the board, planning board that we have in place and ask for exemptions. And they got exemptions to build low, and then when the flood, very often. And the reason for that is, people wanna do what they wanna do, and my property wanna do, but the FEMA and the MEMA regulations that were used to come up with the flood zone ordinance, or to try to eventually, you can't go back and get everybody out of it, but keep from having any more problem we have. So, one thing I say is in the future, have our planning commission for sure uphold our flood ordinance.
And that's where we are, because this board has made the decision to suspend the issuing of variances because of that very reason, the issue that we had. Anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. The areas I'm talking about, they were built 40 or 50 years ago, so these areas are not affected by Washington County variances. These are areas, for whatever reason, they really in the black communities, and they were excluded at one time when they built those properties on drainage and done properly. So the concern for me is ensuring that we come in and correct those problems, because we have a lot of problems like that throughout Washington County. I will say the citizens in my district, they do reach out. Some of these areas I'm familiar with because I've driven through them. I just want to start identifying solutions to some of these drainage problems. Because even in Leland off of California, that area, it's a real bad drainage problem over there as well. Just trying to come up with solutions and, not waiting till the water go down, because you can go into other communities in the state of Mississippi and they have a bad flood and they have no flooding at all. And that's what I want to see here in Washington County, to start with the real issues to address them, holding the Corps engineers accountable, along with the drainage system accountable, along with the citizens. But I will say, the locations I'm talking about, those people take a lot of pride in their neighborhoods, in their community, and so their issue is not about people throwing tires in their area. It's just that it's not being dug like it should be.
A lot of these low areas, people should never build a home in to begin with, but it was the only place they had, so they built a home there. But they created a problem not only for themselves, but all the emergency. It is a bad situation. All the fire areas, pocket fire areas, really hard to solve the problem. Thank you.
We appreciate all the comments that you made. It's 10 o'clock after 10 now, so when you make comments, please be as brief as you possibly can. We got a long agenda.
One
gotta
last
get through
thing
it.
before I part from y'all, Stokes King Road, where they're gonna build the power plant, I've been working with our engineers. We're gonna assist putting 2 pipes across Stokes King Road here in the next week or so. So we'll get everything in place and have, one is issued that we're gonna be working at.
Do the 9-811 and make sure that you got
Everything's good.
the board to do whatever you can do.
Okay, one other thing, I know we talked about lighting from the prison. Are we still working about addressing the issue? I met a guy at the Mississippi Association of Supervisors, and he came by, he dropped his information off with the county administrative office. Ms. Carter, did you talk to the gentleman?
No, I haven't seen anybody, he just dropped it off,
Yeah.
and that was it, and I didn't know what to do with it, nobody called me about it, so I put it in.
Well, actually, I told him to come by there and see you, because I know we've been talking about, so he didn't talk to you at all? Okay, what I'll do is have him come back and talk to you too, so we can start talking about the lighting from that area, from the prison. I know we talked about it once, and like I said, the gentleman did come by. I met with him, but I was in another meeting, and I told him to go by the county administrator's office to drop some information off. But I have him to reach out to you two, so we don't put the lighting on the back burner from that prison, because people are really concerned about that as well.
The lighting's not on the back burner. We met with engineers from Twin County, and the lights they had to offer didn't quite do it. We talked with the highway commissioner and their department, MDOT, to see what they can do to give us some relief. But right now, with the investment that's being made in the county, we've got another plan to try different options with a different provider to light up Stokes.
Oh, you said another provider? Oh, outside of, you making this face, I don't know what you're talking about. You just know the
I'm trying not to
conversation.
say entity.
Okay, well, I don't know, you making face, I don't know.
All right, Clay. Cover floor, up and running?
Yes.
Outstanding. I'm good. Outstanding. All right, Mr. Warren. I'm sorry, Shirley. There you go, Shirley. Help me, Shirley. Ms. Redmond. Demetrius, I'm sorry, man. Ms. Redmond, thank you. I know, see what I'm talking about? We're making a long day, and everybody's got to get out of here. Thank you, Shirley. And I do apologize. Thank you, Shirley. I'm sorry about that. Help me out now. All right, man.
Okay, I have a right of way for King Stokes Road. Where I was going to erect a 3-phase power line.
All right.
There.
Need a motion.
So moved.
And a second. Thank you, Tim. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And the permits issued for March is $2,103, and to date is $8,476.25. The building permits issued for March is 13, and year to date is 89.
All right, need a motion to accept.
So moved.
And a second.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything else? Thank you, Shirley. Ms. Redmond. All right, Ms. Warren.
I'm here to request the board, I think, thank y'all for putting Michelle and myself back on the board at the last meeting, but I think we kind of at an impasse for us, our meeting times, back last year in March, myself and 3 other board members voted to change the meeting day to Saturdays with concerns of busy weekdays. So it was Saturdays all, up until, my resignation on February 3rd, sorry. And, the remaining board members met and voted to change the meeting to Wednesdays at 11. And so, myself, when I got back on the board, I sent an email to Sheldon, we all sent emails saying that we can't meet at Wednesday at 11 because I work at a school. Throughout the process of myself not being on the board, Ms. Rash, who's the appointee for Pastor Johnson, sent several emails saying that she cannot meet on Wednesday at 11 because she's an English teacher, she can't come. So throughout the process of their meeting,
Where is that bylaw?
she was never in the meetings that they had for us, conducted interviews for us, hiring anybody, because she sent several emails, and I do have some of them, where she voiced concerns about meeting on Wednesdays at 11. When I got back in, when you all approved me to come back in, I did send an email saying that we need to come to some type of consensus because meeting on Wednesdays at 11, I can't do it. Ms. Rad said she can't do it. Ms. Sheldon said he can't do it. The response was that you all need to come to the next meeting on Wednesday at 11 and bring that up. Well, we can't come to a meeting on Wednesday at 11. So our regular meetings were set last year, again up until February, on Saturdays at 9. We ran the whole league. We ran the whole league last year. Everything we did was on Saturdays at 9. They changed to Wednesday at 11. So we're at an impasse today to see can we get some type of relief to get this meeting moved back to Saturdays at 9, because if not, I can never come to a meeting at Saturday at 9. Ms. Rash, who's the representative, Mr. Spencer, can't come to Saturday at 9. Michelle, who's her representative, cannot come to a meeting on Wednesdays Wednesdays at 11. We can come Saturdays at 9, but we cannot come to meetings on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock a.m. in the morning.
Okay, you're familiar with your bylaws, right?
I'm somewhat, yes.
Very familiar.
Yes.
You have put it together.
Yes.
Ms. Griffin, I might be wrong, but I don't see this board has any, with they came to a meeting, you had resigned.
Sure.
And during that meeting, after your resignation, the board decided to change the meeting date.
Yes.
And what are you looking for us to do?
Well, we're at an impasse. We cannot make a decision on, they want to keep the meetings at Wednesdays at 11.
Okay.
If it stays at Wednesday at 11,
That's fine.
myself, Mr. Sheldon, and Ms. Rash can never attend those meetings, which means that we're automatically eliminated from the process.
Okay.
One other thing, throughout the time we were when we were on the board, Ms. Rash sent them several emails, and I do have a copy of them, saying that she cannot attend those meetings, and they continue to conduct business knowing they had full knowledge that she could not come to those meetings because she teach school.
Let me,
Can't hear you, Mr. Turner.
it's on. It's on now?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. First of all, there is a process of all committees have to adhere to. And that is that this board, with respect to policy decisions of the various organizations, would have to review those through appeal process. And I talked with you a little bit about that this morning, Mr. Warren. And so, which basically means that there are multiple ways to conduct meetings, okay? For instance, if you cannot be present, you can be there via Zoom if you are absolutely denied the opportunity to participate in a meeting. Then in that event, you can appeal it to this board, all right? However, these boards speak through their minutes, and until this board here gets some minutes.
We just got some.
No,
Got some
that's
today.
from February. Let me finish.
That is the meeting
that's from February, and they were put back on the boards in March? Is that correct?
Who said, who was?
Weren't you
At
reappointed in March?
At the last meeting, yes.
Yes, sir. So have you met since then?
The board met last Wednesday, but I can't,
Okay.
we can't come to the meeting.
You got
They-
3
they-
members that
They're
can't
conti-
attend.
They're continuously meeting on a day and time that they know we can't come.
Well, how many people participated in that meeting last Wednesday?
4, that was the first time they had 4 members.
Okay, all right, so, then, is there a process in place to enable you to participate via Zoom?
No, I can't, I work.
He's a
no,
teacher.
There's no way I can do so.
Okay.
There's no way possible.
So, are you saying you're appealing to this board a decision? Did you ask and they denied you the opportunity
Yes,
to?
yes,
Have
I
you
did.
asked to change the minute?
Yes, I did. It's the emails I just gave you.
Yes,
What are emails is it?
I just passed them around.
okay, this email here?
Thank you.
Okay,
Minutes is what you said.
And I also requested.
This is
through-
right here.
right.
Yes, and I also requested through email in the bylaw section 8B
Okay.
that if a majority members put in writing and along with an agenda to call a special call meeting so we can address it last Saturday, that was denied.
A majority.
Yes, if you,
How many did that?
it was 3-3 and one member chose not to, participate, so it died. So we couldn't have a special call meeting to address it. According to the bylaws.
Can I speak
So when
after
y'all-
Lee?
So when y'all started, when y'all first met, when we created this, when was y'all's first meeting?
When was the
The
first?
very first meeting?
Uh,
What day of the week?
I.
Was it on a Saturday?
No,
Okay, so y'all started meeting in the beginning before y'all chose to go to a Saturday, correct?
yes.
So
Was
what
it
I'm
in the
saying-
daytime or in the
I'm-
evening?
So
Okay.
y'all chose to chose to meet, on Saturday, so y'all voted for that.
In March, on March 11th, we voted to go to Saturday.
How many people were in that meeting? to vote?
4.
Okay, so when you resigned and the other member resigned,
Michelle, yes.
they voted also to go to a meeting, to change the meeting time. So now you have 4 people that are comfortable with that, and you're asking to change when 3 people want to change it. You got 4 people that's comfortable with that, and they can meet there. It may cause them problems to meet on Saturday. So you want 3 people to change the meeting time when 4 people, is that what you're asking?
Yes, but there's some context to that. The context is.
May I speak? Because I had my hand
Sorry,
up.
Mr. Warren, yeah, I got a letter.
Oh, go ahead.
I got a letter.
Okay, so just for clarity with everyone, when they met, this is when you were not on, y'all got off the committee. I'm reading their minutes. It says February the 4th. They had a meeting with 3 members. It was Susan Shamoon, Chris Val, and Jay Knight. My first dilemma I'm having is that the board consists of 7 people. No, let's go back. All right, when you talk about a board, it's about the board itself, not the people. It's just like this board right here. If I decide to resign today and Bishop Bismus decide to resign today, you still would have to have a quorum of 3 people.
But what what governs us calls for a quorum. What governs them is their bylaw, and it calls for a majority on page 8 that you turn from, Mr. Griffin.
Okay, so,
And the majority, at that time, you had 2 members that had resigned.
yes, sir, you can,
So 3 people met.
yes,
and
sir.
made the decision.
Okay, Mr. President, I hear you, but when you create a committee, it's not about the people, it's about the positions. And so at the end of the day, per the AG's opinion, because I do have a copy of that as well, I can email it to you now. They were very clear to me that if you have a board of 5, and this is how they explained it to me. Ms. Brooks, he said, Ms. Brooks, if 2 of the board supervisors were to step down, you still would have to have a quorum of 3. Same difference for this committee. They have a board of 7 people. It doesn't matter what 7 people it is, it's just a board of 7 officers. And at the end of the day, if 2 of them step down, you still need a quorum of 4 people. And so they never had a quorum of 4 people until their last meeting. I guess for the first time. So when they made these decisions, it was only 3 people at this meeting per these minutes. And then I hear about Mrs. Rags was making requests to come to these meetings, but she asked because she's a school teacher, and clearly she can't Zoom at work. Mr. Dimitri, he works. Mr. Shelton, he's wasn't able to come as well. And so my concern is, I don't want to take it this way, but it looks like the 3 people. It looks like, they were going out the way to have meetings, not including a 4th person. And so my concern is that we need to make sure that all areas are represented at these Sportsplex meetings. You had 3 members that has come back, 2 have come back, so we got 3 members that are unable to come to the meeting. So we're looking at 30,000 people are not being represented, meaning there's 10,000 each supervisor district. And so the concern is, I think it needs to be fair enough for everyone to attend the meeting, not just 3 people. It should be for everybody. And I will say, can I get finished? I will say, prior to us adding, we initially had 5 members to this board. Prior to 2 of the members that attended the meeting, they were able to attend on Saturdays. I guess it changed when we added the 2 new members to the agenda. Mr. Knight, at the time, Mr. Thompson was not a member. We had, what was the other gentleman's name? No, the other gentleman you appointed. And Mr. Miles, he I don't know what the issue was. Apparently, he couldn't attend the meetings on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock because he never attended any of the meetings. I mean, that was your person.
Mr. Miles decided since we took so long to make the appointment, he had made some other commitments. He was not able to participate, so he withdrew.
Oh, okay. So he withdrew, but he didn't withdraw until a month later. Am I correct?
But keep in mind, it took us 2 or 3 months to appoint him, and that's what took too long. It was on us.
I understand what you're saying, but
It's
again,
not because he wasn't able to attend the meeting, so please don't.
I didn't know what, but I know he didn't attend any of the meetings.
That's the reason why we took too long.
I understand, but at the same token, it still had 7 members, and we never had a quorum. 7 positions and never had a quorum. So my biggest concern is, to have a meeting with only 3 people and it's a board of 7 people. To me, I would think everything that was taking place in those meetings are null and void for the simple fact it was never a quorum.
This will be to the president now. When you, for one, the day we made him, you resigned and someone else and just walked out the door. Just left us that day.
If that's
So
how you wanna carry this,
that's how. So y'all's first meeting, I'll ask y'all, what day did y'all meet on y'all's first meeting? Saturday morning, everybody met. She was at.
There was only 4 members that were active.
That's right. So the lady, what's her name? The lady?
Reyes.
Miss Ray. Why couldn't she meet that
I
Saturday?
don't know, that's
Okay,
what-
all right,
that's-
but that was
that's
the
not
day
pronounced.
that was the day the vote was taken to move it. So they met on a Saturday, they took a vote to move it on a Wednesday. And that's the problem I have. So you're requesting that 4 people want it on one day, 3 people want it on the other day, and you want them to move it? And
4 people, the 4th person.
you've got 4 board members right
No,
now.
there was only 3 voted to
I'm
move.
talking, okay, so, right now, if you take a vote, well then, why not just add it to your agenda Wednesday, and y'all could have voted on it Wednesday to move, that goes back to y'all's board to move that.
I can't come to a Wednesday. Now.
But you, the very first one,
I need to give some backstory on this real quick, Mr.
I appreciate that. Make it brief. if you
Okay,
can.
I'll make it brief. When we had 5 members, myself, Mr. Sheldon, Ms. Rash, Susan and Chris, we met on Saturdays. And we had a voted to put that meeting on a Wednesday or Thursday when they can't come. He would have had a fit. He knew he would have had a fit. They would have had a fit.
Okay.
We put it on a Saturday so everybody could be there. Whether you think it's fair or not, everybody could be there. And Lee knows this. Why he's sitting here trying to defend him.
Let me do this.
You know,
You communicate to me.
okay,
Don't do that.
But number 2, he's saying 4 members want it on a Saturday and 3 members don't. Two of those 4 members met with us on Saturday. Chris and Susan met with us every Saturday. Now, if they can't come, we did it by teleconference. So they are available. They never responded to an email I sent, anybody else sent, saying they couldn't come on a Saturday. They can come on Saturdays. They voted to move it on a Wednesday. And so it's not that 3 people want it on a Wednesday, and now 4 people want it on a Wednesday, and 3 people don't. It's the matter of fairness. Mr. Redmond has a supervisor district, Ms. Brooks and Pastor Benson, and we are being disenfranchised by moving those meetings to a time where they know we can't attend it. Just like now, if those 3 got together today and voted to put that meeting on a day that you can't come, you would appeal it to someone higher. So this is all we asking, move it back to Saturday, and what he is protecting, what he won't tell you what he's protecting is, Susan can come, Chris can come, us folk can't come. Jay is the one who can't come because he
That's an
do
accusation.
not live here. That's not an accusation.
Stop it.
Let him- He do not live here. That's not an accusation, that's the truth.
what it is.
It's called the truth.
I had the floor.
Excuse me.
I had the floor.
No, it's not Mr. Moore. I got it,
Not
Chief.
do that, we gonna have this
Come on,
meeting
Greg.
civilized,
Thank you, Chief.
civilized.
Let me just state what the bylaws provide for. The commission shall be composed of not less than 5 nor more than 7 members. 5 members shall be selected by majority vote from the supervisory districts and 2 at large. That's Article 3. Article 5 talks about majority decorum, okay? Article 5, let me go to Article 5. So, Article 5, at least a majority of all qualified voting members must be present to conduct meetings and to vote. That's what it states.
Which simply means that when they were having
Ms.
3
Warren,
people.
you
that-
cannot
they-
speak unless
they
you're
cannot.
recognized. Yeah.
Okay, just
Be
read.
brief. I gotta say something too.
Well, you go and say what you gotta say. I can wait.
Please.
I actually had my
I'll
hand
let
up
you
before
speak
all-
next, and I'll
before
come
all
after
this
you.
deputy.
I'm gonna leave. Y'all go ahead.
I appreciate you finishing my thoughts for me that I care what day they meet on. I couldn't care less what day they meet on. And I also, like how you address me as he and Lee, and you address Mr. Redmond as Mr. Redmond. I appreciate that too. So, so let me tell you what my thoughts are. You don't know how I think or anything like that. So I don't care what day they meet on, but I think it should be done by the majority, not the minority. And that's in anything. When we have this vote, we're not gonna change our meeting time because 1 or 2 people. It's gonna be by the majority. So if the majority wants to go to Saturday, I have no problem. I don't care what day y'all meet on. But there's no way in the world, and there's no other board that votes for the, yeah, I mean, if the majority of y'all's board wants to meet on Saturday, meet on Saturday. I don't care. But I don't know where you think that you're finishing my thoughts or telling me what I think about what I'm trying to protect or anything like that. I just want the best for this county and the best sports plex we can have. But so I just wanted to.
So you got on, Mr. President.
You said you want to speak. I'm gonna yield the floor to you. And no, sir, I can wait. You go ahead on.
I'm gonna wrap up, you understand? We're gonna close this out.
Okay, my Supervisor Gordon, I hear what you're saying, but at the same token, first of all, it wasn't a majority that took this vote. It was only 3 people that took the vote. The majority would be 4 people. And when they had that meeting, it was only 3 people at the meeting, going by the minutes that they submitted to us.
How many people on the board at the time?
7.
No. How many people on the board at the time?
No, the board, let's go back again, Mr. President. It's very clear that a board is 7 people. It was only that we had 4 that was active. It's just, again, that how it was explained to me by the AG's office, that if 2 of us are missing from the meeting, or 2 of us step down, you still have to have a quorum of 3 people. You can't just change it only because 2 people stepped down. The office was appointed by the bylaws, said 5 to 7 people. At that time, the office was 7 people. And with 7 people, a majority would be 4. So a meeting took place with only 3 people. But my other concern is when we appointed, and we had 5 members initially, we didn't have any of these problems. But I will say this right here, we still have to be consistent and fair. We have to be consistent and fair to all members, because this is about the future of our young people. And if we took time to appoint people to these committees, I think this board should be considerate of everyone. So if you know you have an educator, a teacher, we know teachers work from 7, had to be at school by 7, and don't get out to 4 o'clock. Apparently we got some teachers on here along with some community leaders. And if it has been at 10, I think the board should be considerate of all members. But I do have a question for Mr. J. Knight. Could you come on up? So, Mr. Knight, at the last meeting, I asked you about your residency, and you told me that you had an apartment in the... Oh, you don't have to. You told me that you had a apartment here in Washington County. Is that correct? But you didn't share with us that you purchased a $425,000 home in the state of Tennessee. Well, the point I'm making is that it does make a big difference because it's about residency. And no, can I get finished? I mean, no, I'm not done. No, I'm not out of order. Right here, it's about residency. And every member on the board must be a resident of Washington County. He failed to share with the board, yes, he does have an apartment here, but he didn't share with us that his home is in the state of Tennessee. I got copies right here from the tax assessors from the state of Tennessee. And so my concern is we must have members that actually reside in Washington County, not members that may have a business in Washington County. You must live here because we said you have to live in our county. And so my biggest concern is, first of all, he's not a resident of Washington County. He's a resident of Tennessee. And so we probably gonna have to replace that position or just let it go, because we have to make decisions for our community. And I know you want to do a clapback, but this is not a clapback. This is more about addressing having people on the committee that's concerned about our young people. I don't want to turn this into a racial issue, but what has taken place last year, we had over 500 students to participate, and it was a wonderful program that we had last year. I had so many parents that live in Leland and Greenville have called me, they're black parents. Those kids had not been able to participate. We have but 200 some kids that have registered so far. How much? Oh, we had 465, but the last meeting was at 2 something. We're at 465, thank you. But the concern is we had so many parents that was left out. I had to make calls because they had shut the time off, and those kids, and most of them were black kids, they were completely left out. Now the decisions, when they made this decision, the 3 people, I'm not saying they're racist, I don't know what the issue is, but they were all white. There was 3 white people made a decision to have a meeting to exclude the black people. And so my concern is this is not about race, this is about how do we move our community forward. And it appears that that's what's taking place right now. But I will say this right here is that we're gonna have to address the issues of people that don't reside in our community. And Mr. J does not reside in our community. I'm gonna pass this out to every board member so they can read for myself. Not what I said, not this what the state of Tennessee said. Pass it to everybody else, because that's not right.
Ms. Brooks, since you brought up residency, if we were to pull the tax rolls in Washington County, but your name would be on it.
Yes, it would.
You don't own property in Washington County.
Yes, that's a lie. Go back and read it for yourself.
But let's not talk about residency.
If you want to talk about free
Now,
property
I didn't
in
disrupt you,
Washington
Ms. Brooks.
County. No, but if you're gonna
Let me
lie,
say this.
I said you're gonna tell it right.
Yes,
Actually, I own 3 properties in Washington County.
Says anything about Mr. Knight here. He's been appointed to represent this board on the day of the meeting. I respect Mr. Warren's decision to resign. I respect Mr. Shelton's decision to resign. I have not questioned them on that. That was their choice. I appreciate them for their service, and I appreciate them for their willingness to come back. But coming in and wanting to change the meeting under these conditions, I can't support that.
Under what condition?
Right now, I don't know why you left. I don't.
That's
let
not
me do this
relevant.
for you.
That's not relevant.
I didn't interrupt you.
That's not relevant, why I left. That's not relevant. The
Let me-
relevant
let
part
me-
is that we're not allowed to
Mr.
come
Warren,
to.
you're out of order now. Let me finish. You're here today. And I know you teach.
Yeah, I got to go. Yeah.
I can't tell you
Yeah,
that.
I've been had to go.
I can't tell you got to go.
But that, but what
Mr. Warren, you gotta let me
but-
finish now.
Go ahead.
I didn't disrupt you. Now, Mr. Warren, you're here today. You're saying you can't be here on a Wednesday or the middle of the day, because of your work. I have seen you here numerous of times.
No, you haven't. Not during the day.
During
In the
day
summer, no, you have not.
At these meetings. It's not good. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry about that. Hope this was on already, and it's not. Sorry, Mr. Warren. But, you're here today, Mr. Warren, and I've seen you here on other Mondays in the middle of the work week. And so I don't know what's driving this thing, but right now, I'm not prepared to support changing the meeting date. I voted to accept these bylaws, and they're in place. After you resigned, Mr. Shelton resigned, you weren't concerned about us conducting business. You left us holding the bag. You left us at the time when the baseball season was about to start. There's absolutely no way that they sit around on their hands hoping and praying that you would come back.
That's not why I'm here.
You got to let me finish, Mr. Warren.
That's not why I'm here.
You got to let me finish, Mr. Warren. You decided you wanted to come back, but business had to go on.
Not questioning.
If members of this board drop out, we covered by statute and state law that doesn't allow us to go without 3 people.
Correct.
You only got your bylaws, and it simply says majority. You keep talking about, some people keep talking about 7. During that time, on February 3rd, February 4th, there were only the members who were still there. 1 person missed the meeting. 3 people made the meeting. So we cannot just hold up a baseball season not knowing what's going to go on with the people who chose to resign. Mr. Warren, you left us, holding the bag. I don't know how long you're gonna be this time. I don't have a clue what made you leave before. You could walk out of here today and come back and type up another letter saying you resigned. I can't depend on you. And I would hate to see this board, who's constantly said we need to allow this sportsplex to manage themselves, Ms. Brooks, and now they're doing it. And now you want to come in here today and change a vote to meet on a certain day? This gentleman was absent at his choice. Mr. Shelton was absent because he chose to resign. And for you all to come in and try to discredit what's happened because the bylaw says majority. The majority of the people that was on the board, at that time you only had 4.
That doesn't the majority.
Excuse me,
That's not
Mr.
what that means.
Excuse me. I'm running this meeting. Let me tell you what it means to me. It means a majority.
But that's not law.
If I look
It may
around
be,
this
but
room,
That's not the law.
yeah, but I'm going by your bylaw.
The bylaws doesn't, they say majority. And
It-
majority
that's all your
is
bylaws
defined
say.
by the seats.
I'm not gonna argue
Not the
with you.
people available.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you keep disrupting.
Defined by the seats.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you keep disrupting.
You're talking directly to me.
All right, but I'm talking at you. You're right. I want you to clearly understand why I'm not voting to support you.
No, that's fine.
That's
I
fine.
knew- and I
But
knew
you gotta
would.
let me finish now. You gotta let me finish.
I knew you would.
That's good. But I want you to understand why I'm not doing it. I can't depend on you. You already quit. 2 people already quit. There's no guarantee they're gonna stay. Now,
That's
yeah,
not-
we got 3 people sitting around this
that's not
board
true.
who
That's
may
not
vote.
true. That's not true.
Last time was
Your
one.
characterization is not right.
Last time was one. Last time.
Mr. Warren, let it go.
All right. You may get 3 people to vote to change a meeting. I don't see it. This season is underway, it's rolling, and it appears to be successful. And you say you haven't attended a meeting?
I can't.
You can't attend a meeting, and that's fine.
On Wednesday, Eli.
But right now, board, the question in front of us is, are we going to allow the Sportsplex board to set their meeting dates, run their organization by their bylaws? And if that's the case, there's no need for a motion here.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we move the meeting to Saturdays at 11 o'clock so all members can attend. That's my motion.
I got a motion on the floor. I got a motion on the floor. That's 2 times. I got a motion on the floor. That motion dies for lack of a second. Mr. Warren, you have a good day, brother. Thank you. All right, next up on the, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. J. Knight. Now, that issue is over, Mr. Knight.
Yes, I agree. I just got a couple of things. The last meeting, we presented Mr. Pecora for the assistant director job. And y'all asked us to table it so we could have more than just the 3 of us there. We had our monthly board meeting last week. We had a 4-0, 4-0 account to move forward with hiring him and present it to you guys.
What's pleasure, board?
So moved.
Who are we looking to hire?
Ronald Pecora.
Who?
Yes, sir.
Who is he?
He is one of the candidates we interviewed. I passed out his resume the last time to you.
You have it with us now. How many people applied for that position?
Before I go into this thing again, I would like to see something.
You want to see what? You want the person to appeal?
Matter of fact, I'm coming to y'all next meeting, if you give y'all right.
Yeah, that's
What you want to do today, Jerry?
I ain't doing nothing.
Want to hold?
Oh,
That's your motion?
I need to see if I'm going to hold until I can get more motions.
Need a second?
Now, hold on.
Go ahead.
I make a substitute motion that we move forward with it.
I got a substitute motion that we move forward with, because we did postpone already at the request of this.
Tommy seconded.
Tommy, you second it? All in favor? Substitute motion. Show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Tommy. All opposed? 2 nays. Motion carries. Move forward with that person. Make sure they come to the board and introduce them to us, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to.
Anything else you need from us?
The only other thing I have is, I have a bid for, we'd like to move forward with the person, infield conditioner, to get the infills done right.
Jerry, Lee,
It's, so the benefits of that is helps with moisture.
y'all good with that?
It's just a conditioner to explain that to them.
Yeah, so infield conditioner.
No, explain to y'all. I just need a recommendation from both of you all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. It's just, it's to help keep the grass and everything
Yeah,
out of the
in
infield.
place of going back with just regular clay dirt.
All right.
it's a-
Whenever
it's
you
a
do
type of
something,
dirt.
go to these guys.
Yes, sir. Well, I just.
It makes it easier for you.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll just, it'll go
So-
25.
Y'all get 2 quotes?
Yes, Mr. Staples, you have the right to.
So moved, go with the cheapest bid.
I got a motion for the lowest.
Who is the company?
I got a motion for the lowest. I'm gonna second it. Thank you, Tom. That's a second right there.
One's Hattiesburg and, one's Greenpoint Agriculture.
One is what?
Greenpoint Ag.
You gonna go with the company?
Where is it?
Hattiesburg or the company?
Well, it's $400 and something dollars
Speak
cheaper.
up now.
They got taxes in
Yes,
here.
sir. He said they had to put that on there until we get them our tax exemption, so I've got to get that to him. They'll take those off.
Ms. Brooks? Ms. Brooks? Now, one company is in Legal, Greenpoint. I'm familiar
Yes,
with
sir.
that.
Greenpoint, and then one's out of Hattiesburg. They actually sent a guy down to look out for us and shoot the fields and do grades on for us.
So
We have a
let me ask, can I ask a question?
That's all around here that offers it.
The Hattiesburg Group,
Yes, sir.
or company, do they have local people working?
No, sir.
They
just-
gotta travel to and
They-
from Hattiesburg?
Now, this is a
statewide.
chemical,
No,
this is a chemical.
And all
That's
they do is,
chemical.
all they do is send it to us and
Okay,
our director does.
Oh,
the
these
work.
are just chemicals?
This is,
Okay.
yeah, well, it's the infield condition, the dirt, yeah.
It's the dirt of the chemical.
It's, no, so, they're both chemical companies.
They're
But
not
this
they're not charging freight, are they?
No, they're not gonna charge freight.
What's pleasure, board? I got a motion on the floor and a second.
To go with the cheaper bid.
Yep. All in favor, show a sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Got 1 nay. Motion carries. Anything else?
No, sir, that's it.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Mr. Thomas, you good? You good. Thank you, sir. Okay, Justice Court Clerk. How we doing, Lou? All right, we got your report.
Yes, sir.
Anything outstanding you want us to pay close attention to? Anything you need from us? You sure? All right, we appreciate you. Mr. Gales. Mr. Gales, we have your report. Anything you need from us, Mr. Gales? Anything you'd like to point out in particular on your report?
No, sir, not this time.
Mr. Gales, any questions, Mr. Gales? We appreciate you, sir. Jeremy Smith.
Morning.
Hey now.
I got three things this morning. Then I also got Joe Williams, he gonna present the parking lots on the square.
I hope he got it in color.
Okay, the first thing gonna be down, finishing those two projects up in Hollandale. So I got two quotes for to get the gas line ran to the generator.
Come on.
That we left out the specs when they done. So the first company will be, Upchurch Services, will be $77,100.
Okay.
And then we got Timbo's Construction, will be $7,300.
Wait a minute.
What's Upchurch?
Upchurch will be $7,100, and Timbo Construction will be $7,300.
I like us to go with Upchurch because I've seen the work of Tembo and I was very disappointed.
That's enough, Mel.
No, we can't
I
say
got it.
give a reason why you gonna go with the highest over the lowest.
They are the lowest.
Okay.
Upchurch is the lowest.
Okay, so we go with Upchurch.
Second.
Thank you, Lee. All right. All in favor of the Upchurch bid, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, that's unanimous.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
How far they got, how long a run is that? How far a run?
It's about maybe 30 feet, cause they gonna do, instead of tearing up the concrete,
Oh.
they gonna go, upside the building,
Oh.
drain. Okay.
Wait, an aerial gas line. Roy Johnson,
It's all on our property though.
I know it.
Yeah. That, how big a line are they?
It's gonna be, 1 by 4.
They got a permit from Hollandale for that?
Yes.
Any other questions? Come on, Jerry. Hold up.
They finished and they said they couldn't get, I could not get license. Why this wasn't in the bid
It was offer manager.
somebody don't know what's going on, I need to take this down. So
Okay.
everybody will know what he's supposed to do.
All right, well, you offer manager didn't include. You call himself a project manager.
I went, when they told me they had finished, I went turned the lights off and then I come on and they got to, they got no gas.
All right, Ms. Griffin.
Yeah, Mr. President, in light of something that was said by Timbo, and a mention of our former project, so-called project manager, whatever, through an abundance of caution and to protect the interests of this county, if you got disparaging remarks, board members, about any contractor, any person, I strongly urge and beg you to ask for an executive session before you make those comments.
So what colors we
Oh, no, we gonna review it, we good, we'll talk, we're good,
Okay.
please, we're good. I'm sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did I carry the motion?
What was the motion?
So go ahead and pay for the installation of gas line.
I vote nay.
You made the motion.
You made the motion
What?
to
You made the
hire
motion
up
to
church.
do Upchurch.
No,
Upchurch, I thought we said
But-
something different.
but there was some remarks about to be made about the other contractors.
You good, Ms.
And-
Griffin?
I
and
don't think I said I was displeased with,
You
Timbo.
good?
I can't say I was displeased, and I told him I was displeased with their work. I ain't got nothing to hide. I said I was displeased, and I was very displeased, so we had a lot of problems with the last project. And I'm not gonna hide it. I didn't say how I was displeased, but I was very displeased.
And my response to that is, if we have comments like that, let's go in executive session and talk about them. So other board, you can share with other board members openly without disparaging potentially the reputation of someone.
Well,
Or some business.
Attorney Griffin, everybody just let me know what took place. All I said, I was displeased. And if they got a problem with that, they can reach out to me.
Make note that that's just one supervisor, not the entire board. Make note. Okay.
Real clear, I said Marla Brooks was displeased.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. I'm sorry, fellas. Come on with it.
Okay, the second thing about, we, finishing up we had got approved through the Bridge Board, through the opera funds, and I had the 2 quotes for that also, because they had to dig up through the concrete, pour in new gas. So the price would be, I got Emerald Construction out of Hollandale, Mississippi, which would be $18,500. And then also we got Upchurch Plumbing Services, would be $16,542.
All right.
Go up to lowest.
Lowest, got a motion?
That's the ARP one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second, all in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's when they, dig through the, sewage lines and everything, put it back in there.
Come on, Mr. Smith.
Okay, and the last thing about, with the flood waters coming, so the river stage is flooded, so Warfield will probably be underwater probably about the first of next week, so I'm asking permission from the board to do a closure on Warfield for the next 3 weeks.
Sooner than that.
So moved.
No, we're gonna close Wednesday before we get up, so Wednesday we start our evacuation process now.
All right, the people that's camping, where you gonna put them?
The convention center.
All right, how much notice they need?
3 days, most of them I already notified, most of them already, so just one person was left.
All right. Sound like one. I got a motion and a second. Who gave me the second? Lee. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Does that take care of your project down there? Is that complete? Everything
That's
down there?
everything.
Okay.
And I got one more thing, I got flooding over here on North Harvey.
Okay.
So I had an engineer, I talked to, Mr. Hooker right here, and he was telling me that those beams, that those sheets of metal is old, some problems been happening, so we probably end up having to replace those sheets going into the, concrete on the side of the building.
When you say sheets,
With sheets of metal that's going down to the side of the building, he said old. and
they
probably
in the concrete?
The side.
We can do that in-house, or is that something you have to contract out?
Probably gonna end up having to contract that out.
Wait a
Give
minute.
us some quotes on that.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. We'll talk.
Cause it caused a bunch of flooding and we were getting prepared to build offices and bathrooms and stuff in the shop, but it caused a bunch of water coming in through the.
Now, what's causing a bunch of water to come in?
The sheets of it.
The sheets are rusted out on the bottom where it needs to have a sheet ledge. It's rusted out, it's got water there in the past, it's rusted out, it's flowing into the buildings that Jason Gray's allowed to.
Okay.
Clay actually came and looked at it, grading the side of the building right there.
You got to get the water off.
It's got a hill, it's just, and Clay come looked at it and graded it this week.
Get your bids, we'll take a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last thing.
Okay, that, picture there I sent around, that's, just a proposal on the new parking lot. And that's, I've written in the prices, Clay got the prices for the gravel, or the stone is actually what we're gonna put. But the dirt, we're gonna need 2,000 cubic feet of dirt, or cubic yards, excuse me. And, we're gonna get that from the project, on the new power plant. They needed some work with the dirt, and they're gonna end up with 3,000, cubic yards, and they said they were looking for somewhere to haul it, so they can haul it there, and so the dirt won't cost us anything.
Okay.
And we got a culvert, that we can use on property.
Okay. Now, if you run out of space, take it to the Harvey Street. If
Yes.
you run out of space for the dirt, Harvey Street.
We can use 2,000, and we'll have 1,000, you said about 3,000? They're gonna have about 3,000, if we need it on Harvey, we can take it over there.
Well, we got a lot of storage space, we gotta build that up.
That's exactly right.
Talk to me, Joel. Concession stands over here. And a lot of times they have to drive to the concession stand, right?
Yes, sir, the concession stand is, yes, sir, right there, right,
Yeah.
right here, right in the middle.
You all have a conversation about putting an extra road in to here, to the concession stand. That's all I'm
Coming from the north,
Uh-uh.
coming from the
But,
north.
I guess it's.
Go in on the
north
right,
end,
I'd say,
north end
which,
parking lot.
where are you talking about?
Yeah,
Oh,
come in
putting a
here.
concession stand there?
It's already there.
I know, so how are you talking about getting into it?
Come off the end of the slab and come
Right,
back up
that'd be
the
the
road.
easiest way, yeah,
Okay.
if you done that,
So
yeah.
come around the back of the field.
Yeah, from the north end.
The way,
From up.
the way you do it now,
Right,
anyway.
yeah.
Yes,
Just like you do now anyway.
yes.
Come up that road before.
Just making it where if it's nasty, they still have somewhere they can drive in there to
Yeah.
food and stuff, I got you.
Yeah. Talk to me about lighting around this parking lot. When the fields are lit, they're lit up anyway, right?
Yes, sir, I was gonna say, you got lights on both these fields, and, you know, and even the other parking lot, really it's not lit up, I mean, as far as just lights around it.
$34,000, where is that coming from?
That's gonna be the cost of the rock, we playing them, the, going through APAC.
That's material cost.
Yes, sir, that's just material costs.
Where is it coming
For
from?
just the,
That's us doing it.
Save me finding money. All right, we're gonna work something out, so at least we'll have a conversation. I know it's not there, but we'll figure something out.
Okay, yeah, that, this is like just a proposal, and we can go from getting, you know, just where the rocks and stuff were placed and get it from, he got called at that estimate.
Send out to Lee.
Regardless, we need to, you know, even if we don't get it done this year, we need to get the dirt, start hauling over there, we can pack it
Dirt needs
in.
to come right away.
Yeah, and the culvert, we can get all that done. Is that?
That's you.
And, anyway, that's all I'm saying. Anyway, we can go ahead and move forward on that and do that, but,
All right, what's
again, maybe even if we do it, you know, next year. So I'd make a motion, we move forward on it, just
I
like.
got a motion?
With addition, try to work on that, if you got some dirt or whatever you need, making that road like he's talking about going in there, that would be excellent, to the concession.
Just haul food
All right.
and stuff like that.
I got a second Supervisor Benson, motion Supervisor Gordon. There are no other questions. Hey now, hey.
I
Yeah.
said, all the controls, all of the lights are in that house that's over there now. They're building the road and the custom grade and all that, just to be aware where all the light is and everything. All the light and all the controlling that side of the road.
All right, and we wanna make sure we don't put any solid foundation over cables, but it look like it's gonna be all right. You seen you've seen this, Mark, haven't you? Mark, have you seen this?
I did it.
Yeah, we're good.
There's one board that knows, you know, that it's, they're there, and we need
Okay. Any other questions?
I've got another question.
All right,
Not on
when you
this-
finish, I'll carry my motion. When you finish, I'll carry my motion.
Okay, this is on another project, it's not.
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
One extension.
Got an extension. What's your question, ma'am? Go ahead. No. We already got lights, not adding any more lights. Yeah. You good, Ms. Pro?
I don't understand what's going on.
We're trying to put that parking lot in at the sportsplex. One
Is
thing,
that gonna be near where the soccer field is?
it's gonna be right behind the baseball field. If you look closer to you at that bottom corner, the soccer field's back in that area. That's the parking lot. The soccer field would be like where your elbow is.
I got a question. Okay, I got you. I ain't got a problem with it. The soccer field, people say they need some lights out there.
Not a problem.
They've been talking about it for the longest. They said all the lights they got is the lights for,
Come off the
the
baseball
baseball
field.
fields only. And they need lights out there as well.
Okay. Mark, take a look at that and we'll see, and we'll make a call to Swain County, get some numbers.
I do have a question. Real quick, you're talking about the river rising. Did we ever check, now, we were talking about a portable, restrooms, you know, the nicer ones, something that we could hook to, it would be nice once out there, something we could hook to. Did we ever get a chance to look at? Yeah. Could you bring that back to us next?
You go.
From Allstate for
We don't try to.
a men's and women elite, that you actually can hook, like if we tore the bathhouse down,
Yeah.
hook it right there, hook it to the sewer. We wouldn't have to have it pumped or anything. And then when water comes up, we could actually pump it out of there.
I just think it floods so much, and they make them nice now.
Oh, I-
ACs
oh, no.
are- But it'd be nice if we had something like that,
Yeah.
where when the river comes up, we just hook to it and get it, because it's going to destroy it every time that river comes up, unless we build the other one up, you know, high enough. That's the only way.
Ms. Hamilton, you want my chair?
That's what they're talking about now. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's,
Ms. Hamilton, you want my chair?
well, he can bring us back some design, what it would look like, so you'll have a better idea, and then we can look at that next meeting, if you can get that, update that. for us.
Yeah, get it to them, the equipment guys.
All right.
Wait a minute, I don't put him on the equipment guys.
Is that the only restroom we have out there, just that one,
Lee and Thomas.
that's down,
Just the one
in the middle there? Look for ones, like I say, with you know, because you'd have to have shower and all that in that, so it's gotta be a big one.
He don't really have that, he's got just air conditioning, men and women.
Yeah.
See what's out there.
It's really nice though, I mean,
Okay.
but
See
it's no
what's out
showers, I mean, you don't really need showers, you don't really want to promote showers in the public bathroom because of what you get in there,
Okay.
coming to shower, I mean,
Okay,
it's,
gotcha.
I didn't, you know, I tell you more about
Anything else? Appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry Nix. Washington Squeenie Shawhead Yazoo County Community Action Agency.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Nix, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I think I need to suspend all of my extended pleasantries.
Please.
Because you've been handling with proficiency the people's business.
No, we running a little behind, but come on.
And so I'm going to move swiftly. I have one observation and two asks, all right? And it's good to see all of you. I think it's important for me, and it's important for you to know how we're handling your business, how we're handling your partnership. And so what we've tried to do each year is to come by and to say, as a result that you're taking confidence in us, to do in kind with the Washington County Convention Center, the kind of responses that we have. And I posted numbers from our 2024 annual food festival. We had over 950 people to attend. Our food festival this year is July the 27th. Our setup day is July the 26th. This is our 34th annual community food festival. Our annual community recognition banquet, last year we had over 540 people to show up, and we expect nothing less than that same number this year. Our setup date is December the 11th. Our actual community recognition banquet this year is December the 12th. So number one, my observation is, good to see you, Sharon. Good morning. The observation is that we appreciate your partnership, and we've tried to be good stewards of your partnership with us. Now, our ask is this, that we would continue our partnership for 2025. We do it a year at a time. And so that would be, Mr. President, that would be my first ask, is that you would partner, the Board of Supervisors would partner with us for 2025. My second ask would be that we have in-kind marketing, billboards, radio, television, the media in this region. They're very kind to us in terms of in-kind partnership, but we constantly, I think if we have one struggle, it is making sure that the citizens of Washington County know about our services. We have citizens that are troubled and struggle with paying light bills, paying water bills. Well, they don't have to struggle. And I think, Mr. Redmond, some of the pushback, we talked about some of the pushback is number one, pride. Number two, that they have to divulge a lot of information that's none of our business. And so we need your help to make sure that you tell your constituents that if you're struggling with your utility bills, you don't have to struggle. And if perchance they don't qualify, Mr. McGee, then there may be other services that they can qualify for. But we at least need them to contact us. So my observation number one is thank you. Our ask today is that we'd like to continue our partnership for 2025, the county partnership for 25. And then also that you would help us, particularly those that live in your districts, that you would help us get the word out that if you need help, some assistance, water bill, light bill, then let us know.
We will.
So my first ask, Mr. President.
I thought that was all of it.
That is it. I'm
Okay.
reverting back to my first ask.
Okay. Now, what they're asking for, I guess, is to have fees waived for these two dates, the event in July as well as December.
So moved.
I got a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Nix, everything will still be standard as usual. Insurance policy in place, Sheriff Department notified.
Yes, sir. In fact, thank you, Sheriff. They've worked masterfully with us.
He's not gonna discount you, bro.
No, he's not.
All right, stop.
No, he's not.
You
But
ain't gotta agree with him like that.
But, so
You can
we're
let
gonna
it-
stop right now?
Yeah, you can let
No,
that
Sheriff,
go.
thank you so much. And listen, also, we know that you can't accept gifts, but particularly at our banquet, these are some of the items that we shared with those that attended. And Ms. Gavin, I'd like for her to step in, we'd like to share with the Board of Supervisors There are lights, energy efficient lights, and these are the lights that we share with your, with your constituents. And so we want you to know the kinds of things, the kind of products that we're sharing with your constituents. So there are lights,
Get tummies.
and they're water bottles. So please, if you would share with all of the board members, we certainly appreciate that.
We appreciate you, Mr. Nix.
Thank you,
I have a
sir, and
question.
thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I did attend, it was a very nice, program.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really nice, I enjoyed myself. I like how y'all recognized and came back with the history of
Yes,
WISCA. But the other piece is, my question is housing. Do y'all have a program to assist people with paying their rent or their house note?
We actually do.
You do have a program?
Yes.
I need to talk to you about something, sir.
And probably one of the most disconcerting things is the fact that the monies are there, and we just need to get it out to the people. So we do assist people.
What's, I tried to get one later on.
Okay.
About 4 or 5 months ago, and they told the appointment wouldn't be until March of 2025.
We have a backlog, but, but we work as furiously and as hard as we can. So, Ms. Brooks, thank you for your support.
Can you hold up for me before you leave? Because I want to just bring something to your attention.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes. Are you speaking of you, because you're not a citizen?
All right.
Thank
Put
you.
that down there somewhere.
Y'all good over there?
Thank all of you.
All right, we appreciate you, Mr. Nix.
Appreciate it. Thank
If there's anything else we can do, let us know.
Thank you very much.
That was a
Thank
joke.
you.
That was a joke.
Oh, but I heard that.
Hey, sorry, Mr.
How you doing, sir?
I thought you had something.
No, sir.
Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. I apologize for being out of the room during your presentation.
Well, apology accepted.
All right, thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sure it was delightful.
Mr. Nix, I got a question for you. You didn't ask for permission to serve any alcohol or anything, so y'all don't do that, do you?
We do, light wine.
I move that they could serve alcohol.
Only in December.
Thank you, Mr.
At both events, if they want to have it.
Huh?
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
I got a motion, I got a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. I got one
I do
nay.
that to
That's
everybody.
good. He always does
I do that to everybody, so it ain't nothing
Yeah,
with y'all.
that was it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Brooks, that was it?
For him.
All right, thank you,
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Nix.
add some out to the
Thank you.
agenda.
I appreciate that
The
observation.
charitable organization.
We have Reverend Yates out here, I'd like to add him to the agenda.
Ms. Yates,
Reverend.
are Reverend Yates, we'll put you on, that's a motion.
So moved. I mean,
And
second, I'm sorry.
All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed?
Also,
Motion
I
carries.
you want to speak?
All right, let me get on down the
Do we have
agenda.
Ms. Gayla on the agenda?
Nope,
I'd like to add
Do we?
Ms. Gayla to the agenda as well.
she on there.
Okay, okay.
You just gotta let me
What you
get
do
to
with
it.
my agenda?
I didn't see it as I asked.
All right, let me get to it.
You got your agenda.
All right.
No?
Oh, yeah, come.
Now, you gonna take care of the publication of the board minutes? Ms. Holmes? Yeah, and that's gonna be in your report. Ms. Gayla Oliver, would you come up, please?
Hey, how you doing? Okay, we can get it.
That's in your report,
Yes, ma'am.
the publication.
I got
Yeah,
to tweak it, but I did.
Come on, Ms. Oliver, I'm sorry.
Okay.
As far as the location of the animal shelter, Mr. Johnson highly recommends we do North Park
She ain't got no
because of
reason
the
to just
cost,
charge all of it. And she just in the city.
cost involved
Oh,
in
thank
the
you.
sewer system and all of that. So,
We'll consider, you want that to be considered, North Harbor.
yes.
All right.
To be the
We'll have to work with the
location.
sheriff department, because we're doing some things out there. And, that might be the perfect fit, but we'll leave at it.
Seems like a good place for security wise too.
Okay.
We don't have to buy anything.
All right?
We need to be able to house 75 dogs, 20 to 25 cats. We need a surgery room, and we need the chip room, so we'll need a small room for the cats. It's $200 or more in Washington County to have a cat or dog spayed or neutered. And so I'm hoping we can add a line item in the next budget for either free spaying and neutering or half, a lower price. You shaking your head.
Do y'all raise money now to do that kind of stuff, and how many do y'all actually do? And I know it's several different people that do that. How many of y'all actually do spade and neuter in a year's time, do you think, right now?
I would say, just on my part, 100 to 125, and then Amy Manning, Southern Nuts, does 5 times what I do. The cost is very cost prohibitive for people in Washington County to get their animals spayed and neutered, and for that reason, we're picking up 50 to 100 puppies a week right now.
Is there funding out there for that, though?
What we do is everybody does their own fundraising.
Okay.
We all try to do what we can to keep going.
Well, is there any other dollars out there instead of private fundraising? Is there other funding, maybe federal or state funding for anything like that that you're aware of?
Mississippi State, I know I took 38 cats one day and had them spayed and neutered. That's free.
So whatever you take to them, they'll do it free?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They used to come, they had a van, and they would come to Washington County Convention Center, and we would do it there. I've talked to a vet who is from Pickens, Mississippi, and he said he would come 2 days a week.
So Mississippi State charges up to $200 for spade and neuter?
Local vets charge
Yeah.
200 or more by the time they get the rabies. And,
Yes.
But Mississippi State does it free?
free.
Oh.
Okay. But you have to take it to them.
Schedule it, and
And you trying to work out something with them or with the board of supervisors to defray the cost? Because
And this is something all this is just we're building on this, and like I said, like the attorney said, that's something we can work towards and see what, what we can do there.
over 5 or 10 years, I think you would see the animal population greatly decline if we could add some type of line item in there too.
How much are we looking at?
Altogether?
Yeah, that we
Or
trying
like how many spays and neuters a week?
No, I'm talking about how much money you talking about, like you want, trying to get donated to do
The
this.
doctor in Pickens is like $50 to $60 versus, over 200. But he's a retired vet, but he did say he would consider coming 2 days a week.
are you talking about spade and neuter pests that are owned by individuals, or the ones y'all pick up?
Well, it's individuals that are dumping them, in the
Right, I
county
understand
every
it.
day.
So these homeless animals,
And
is that right?
Some are homeless animals, but most of them, the people just can't afford, so they just have more and more puppies, and then they get to the point where they're dumping them. And, where it should be a county responsibility, we got 5 or 6 people that are having to do it all.
I remember Greenville used to have a program that, before that the animal was returned to the owner, they had to fulfill certain conditions. Are y'all doing that?
Isn't that in our ordinance?
I'm not sure.
I believe it's in the ordinance. We also were gonna have a computer there, if we could get a computer and start registering, chipping, the pets, where we can
Okay.
people that wanna have that done.
Yes, ma'am.
We've got volunteers in our group.
Well, I'm pretty sure Supervisor Gordon, you all get together and come back with a recommendation. We'll kind of stay close to the funding and see where we can go and what we can do from a budgetary standpoint.
Miss Gayla, just do a reminder, like in the month of July, send something to the board and make a request, so you won't be left out.
Well, I think we've already got the design for the facility.
No, I'm talking about a request for
A line item.
for a line item for the
We got that.
the animals.
All right, Ms. Oliver, we really do appreciate your time and your interest. You really add a great deal, not just to this board, but to the community with your volunteer service. So thank you.
Is it in thinking sometime in the near future that it can be bid out?
No, I doubt that, but you and Supervisor Gordon get together. He gonna make it happen as soon as he can. He'll make it happen as soon as he can.
We'll get, I promise you, we'll get on top of it.
Okay.
You keep me posted, Ms. Gates.
I will.
All right.
All right, it's after 10, way after 10. Let me just jump over Miss Tanya Sims. Ms. Sims is requesting permission to serve alcoholic beverages at the Washington County Convention Center on May 4th for a brunch.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show a sign of aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
I got one nay. Ms. Jacqueline Williams requesting permission to serve alcoholic beverages at the, for a concert.
So
Where's Jeremy?
moved.
Whoa, Warfield Point Park, that's outdoors.
They've been
Go ahead,
doing
Ms. Brooks, she got a motion
Yep.
and a second. We have to be careful with that one to make sure they understand that no ATVs, that kind of thing, when you get alcohol on at the outside in the park, because right now we have a standing order, no alcohol.
Yes, sir, I'm Jacqueline. How's everyone doing?
Jacqueline, tell us about your concert, who you're having.
Well, my name is, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My name is Jacqueline Williams. I'm actually a Southern Soul singer. They call me Jason A. From Rolling Fork, Mississippi. But I have a concert of about 9 artists that I will bring into Warfield Park. I'm good.
All right, I'm familiar with Miss Jason Lee. But, make sure you have the sheriff department
Yes, sir.
set up for,
Speak with Mr. Barber.
right here.
Yes,
And, of course, make sure you have the proper documentation with insurance and everything in place.
yes, sir.
You know, I do try to attend those concerts and that kind of thing. The only thing that kind of concerns me as an individual, not just as a supervisor, but ATVs, all being around the crowd, especially when you have alcohol involved and that kind of thing. But I've attended your concerts.
It's not a trail ride, so we won't have any ATVs or any horses or anything like that. It's a, an outside concert, similar to, the Blues Festival, basically.
Outstanding.
Yes, sir.
If you need anything else from us, let us know.
All right, thank you so much. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, you didn't carry the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. All in favor, show a sign of aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
I got one nay. Motion carries. Okay. I got consider a proclamation here supporting Men's Health Month, Wear Blue, June 13th. You have a proclamation from Ms. Hampton.
Who's it from?
Men's Health Month,
I'm saying who's asking for the proclamation?
Ms. Hampton.
Okay, so moved.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Any additions to the agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Pastor.
Pastor Yates, how you doing this morning? Good, always good seeing you. Surprised to see you here today. Mr. Yates lives in my district. Pastor Yates.
All right, J.D. Yates, I serve as president of the Interdenominational Ministers Alliance, Greenville Vicinity, and also interim moderator for the Washington County Progressive Baptist Association, and of course, pastor of Bill Grove Baptist Church, and general pastor of the Kennesaw Baptist Church, and one of the Sunrise Baptist Church. And I'm standing here asking for your assistance. The Interdenominational Ministers Alliance is hosting a community-wide passion week. Community-wide passion week, we're working hard to strategically organize this event that our objective is to bring a sense of unity, a sense of hope, and also uplift our community. One of the biggest highlights is the return of Mississippi Mass Choir. We know the last time they came here, it was just a big blessing to our community. Also, another big highlight is we're focusing on the youth. We're strategically planning this big youth night. We have collaborated with school officials in different districts in the county. We also have collaborated with the youth court judges and so forth. And so we're going to have a big youth night just to kind of offer a better alternative in the streets. And we're just looking forward to having a grand time, grand occasion. This will take place on next week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It will take place at the parking lot of Bell sense of positivity. And so we're asking the board, if possible, can you assist us with an amount of $2,500 to help offset the cost of this particular event?
Give me a motion.
So moved.
Go ahead. I got a motion
Second.
and a second.
Have we done this in the past?
No.
No,
We have
first
not.
time.
Is that, all this is, Mr. Attorney, this legal,
Yeah.
that is?
To make a donation,
No.
what are we doing?
Can you have a chance just to look at it, see we can vote on it, and if
I
you're
think I
approval-
need to look at it.
Yeah.
But
You good
Oh.
with that?
this is next week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like to make a motion that we do it if it's legal.
Hold
Yeah.
what?
That's my motion.
That's amendment to the motion?
Yeah,
Yeah.
give them time to look at it, second.
Okay. Yeah, I need to look at it. I need to look at it. I know.
Council Yates, we'll take a close look at it. If we can do it, we will. Since we'll have people coming in from out of town in different places. I've met a couple people who are coming in and part of the committee from out of town, Hines County, matter of fact. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, honestly, I don't think it's legal, but, let me look at it, okay?
All right.
We got a
We'll do that.
motion and second.
All in-
Do we have anything in writing?
You got a
To
flyer.
describe exactly this?
We have several flyers, we also have,
Yeah,
official statement.
Well, what I'm getting at, I need to see something in writing, to see who's the sponsor, and see if I can work it within I gotta work out the legalities of it, okay?
Give me the day and we'll take a look at the flyer.
Yes. I'll look at it this afternoon, but
And do I submit it to?
you need to get it to me.
Attorney.
Yes,
Okay, I'll get it to you.
okay,
All right,
please do.
I'll get it to you.
And of course, if you're able to make any type of determination, when I'll be able to hear from you.
We'll work it out in this year, Dr. Irvin Yates. Council Yates.
You'll know by tomorrow, I can assure you. Once I get an understanding of the legalities of it.
Yeah, we got you, Council Yates. We understand the urgency. All in favor, show by.
Charlize by tomorrow, she should know.
Yeah. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. That's unanimous. Wow. All right, what other addition we have? Yeah, city legal or something.
Charlize again.
I just want to try to turn the volume.
You ready for your report, Ms. Carter? Did we get everybody in the audience? I guess we did.
I deal with it. We got two.
Okay. Ms. Carter?
Okay. First I have, Ms. Morgan here.
Ms. what? Oh, Ms. Moore. Come on.
She has two resolutions for assessing property cleaning costs. One for William and Susan Stanton and Carol Hunter. These were approved by the board last year. She was
Where's the
asking
property
me,
located?
Black Bayou Road, Leland, Mississippi, and Avenarlo Road, Hollandale, Mississippi. Asking for the board president and chancellor clerk's signature.
All right, I need a motion.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. I made the motion to approve. I got a
Second.
second, Supervisor Brooks. You made the motion, Jerry?
Oh, that's next door, is, that's the one, that's next door, is, with all that junk stuff.
Then we found out.
All right, you explain to her, Jerry, what's going on now. Tell her what's going on.
Red, what's the
And
address?
they act like it.
What's the address?
They act like it.
What is the address?
You must get the gift.
All right, what's Ms. Moore asking us to do, Ms. Carter?
It's just a resolution to go in and assess the taxes for what was the work that was done and cleaned it up.
All right, yeah, that's the attached to the cost of cleanup. I got a motion and a second already. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
She don't have it on her report.
I know, they just got me this morning.
All right, come on.
You said that's from
We will.
old report, ain't it?
No, the board approved this stuff last year, but I guess they just cleaned it
man. What's wrong with you?
Let's do.
I got to move. Come this way.
Where you going?
Right here.
Where you going?
All right. Anything else to come?
Okay, we have expended 48.1% of our budget through April 7 compared to 58.33%. Total receipts deposited March 15th through April 4th, total $12,851,010.84. I am requesting board approval of our claims docket totaling $650,439.47.
So moved.
A motion? And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Judge Benny Richard of Chancery Court is requesting travel for Bernice Willis to attend the Court Administrators Annual Conference on July 19th through the 25th, 2025 in Omaha, Nebraska, with estimated cost of $2,368.58 and hotel and airfare paid in advance.
So moved.
Got a motion? And a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting travel for Tasha Banks to attend the mandatory tobacco training on June 3rd, 4th, as well as the Healthy Mississippi Conference on June 4th through the 6th in Flowood, with estimated cost of $618, with hotel and conference fees paid in advance with grant funds.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Judge Karen McCray is requesting travel for Tamala Hardy to attend the National Alliance on Mental Illness Conference on May 1st through the 2nd in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, to be paid with grant funds. Travel for Tanisha Lewis to attend the Virtual Matrix Model for Criminal Justice Training on April 23rd through the 24th, to be paid with grant funds. And travel for 5 staff members to attend the All Rise for Justice Training on May 28th through the 31st in Kissimmee, Florida, with grant funds and registration paid in advance for all conferences.
So moved.
Got a motion and a
Second.
second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all been here too long, and I can tell. You hear these seconds and motions?
Well, I heard
Hey,
somebody say,
barely coming out.
I heard somebody say motion same
That's
time.
what I'm
I did.
talking about. We should have been out here an hour and a half. We gotta do better.
Okay. Sheriff Gaston is requesting travel for Katasha Glee and Sharon Posey to attend the TAC officer training on July 20th through the 25th in Pearl, Mississippi, with estimated cost of $1,232.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Constable Malcolm Kent, Senior is requesting travel to attend the Mississippi Constables Association Convention and Training Seminar on June 8th through the 13th in Gulfport, with estimated cost of $1,779.11.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Judge Renita Johnson is requesting travel for Naisha McCray and Veronica Kelly to attend the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, the All Rise training on May 27th through the 31st in Kissimmee, Florida, with estimated cost of $5,726.28 with hotel, registration, and airfare to be paid in advance with grant funds.
So moved.
Got a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry about that.
Requesting travel for county officials to attend the Mississippi Association of Supervisors Annual Conference on June 8th through the 12th in Biloxi, Mississippi, with estimated cost of $6,000.
And the lawyer.
Permission to use county, or part of county officials to attend, to use the county credit card.
And the lawyer.
And the lawyer.
She got your group. She
So
got your group.
moved.
I got a
Second.
motion
Second.
and a second. You
I
all
can't
know
go.
who's the turn.
Yeah.
All in
I
favor?
added to my motion.
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
If he wanna go.
Okay,
The lawyer if he wanna go.
But y'all check the agenda now, make sure it's something you wanna do. It's a 5-hour run.
okay. Timos Construction is requesting the final payment of $20,341.87 for work completed for the generator project at the multiplex building with the use of ARPA funds.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The other request I've received, the New Jerusalem MB Church, in collaboration with Unity MB Church of Cleveland, is requesting a waiver in fees for the Convention Center's Pavilion on June 27th from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. to host a celebration activity for the community youth and adults who attended and completed their vacation Bible study program.
That good?
Yep.
Mr. Attorney?
Yep.
That was good?
Yep.
Second?
That's a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, to flip over, the town of Metcalf is asking for the board's participation as a sponsor for the hosting of their 28th annual homecoming festival to be held on May 23rd through the 25th in Metcalf, Mississippi. Their sponsorship level range from $1 to $1,000 plus, which includes recognition during their festival each day.
Whoa,
What's wrong, Mr.
Town of Metcalf?
Yeah, come on. They have a lot of people in from out of town, Mr. Griffin, that come back to Washington County just for this event. Just for this event.
Is that?
And that's gonna pretty much wipe that money out.
I got my motion on the floor.
What's wrong, Mr. Attorney? I'm gonna second. Go ahead.
We got time to revisit it.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. It's, what's the date?
May 23rd through the 25th.
Oh, yeah, we got time to revisit it. I'll look at it.
Is that your motion with his approval?
Subject to
With the-
review.
Subject to review.
Is that it?
You good, Ms. Brooks?
Yeah.
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting to distribute fiscal year 2024 motor vehicle rail and rail car tax to municipalities and other entities.
Need a motion?
Second, so moved.
And this second.
You're right, I'm getting tired. Oh.
Second, I second it. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Requesting the board's acceptance of the tax collector settlement for the month of February 2025 in the amount of $11,433,812.09.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. Supervisor Gordon and Supervisor Brooks, both motion.
Second.
And I got a second Supervisor Gordon. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Does that
Any
reflect the
opposed?
balance now?
Motion carries.
It does reflect the balance sheet on the front sheet? Okay.
Requesting approval to submit the regional correctional facility requisitions to the People's Bank for reimbursement in the amount of $691,495.08 and to include the sheriff's and chancery clerk's signature.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. Thank you, Jerry. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We just got names of Metcalf on this, order authorizing clerk to issue warrants.
Requesting that county offices are closed on April 18th in the observance of the Good Friday holiday.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second.
I'm not familiar with
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Anybody ever voted nay on that one?
No.
All right, maybe next year.
Ratifying the engagement letter with our auditing firm to perform services for our fiscal year 2024 audit.
So
Would that be
moved.
something we didn't advertise? We supposed to advertise? Huh? I'm asking, is there a reason why we didn't advertise? I know last time the
Now,
state office.
you reporting on what, Ms. Brooks, Ms. Carter?
The engagement letter for our auditors to do our fiscal year 2024.
How long they been doing it?
I'm just asking, we talked about, I know we talked about just advertise. I know it hadn't come up.
Yeah, no. You good, Mr. Attorney?
We'll look at it.
All in, all,
I mean, for 1 year,
why
the
don't
state
we-
office sent a letter, but it made it late to us time to advertise. Is there time come up, Ms. Hanson, that we can advertise if we choose to?
No.
So what, I mean, so we can't advertise?
You can make a motion to
Well,
advertise if
state
you want to.
auditor has to approve those persons.
Yeah.
Right, they have a list of names,
Mhm.
that, a list
Right.
of companies that do it, but, I just think we need to consider advertising.
The board, you all have to make that decision.
you got a motion?
I'm just asking at this point.
Yeah,
to see
but
why
that's
we
that's
don't
something that you all
advertise.
have to.
Yeah, we had to decide.
You can make a motion to do it, Ms. Brooks.
Yeah, but we have a letter of engagement from them now already.
All right,
I
what's your
would
pleasure?
move that we advertise.
I got a motion on the floor. Advertise for different order. That's for what?
To get good prices.
That's for the pricing on our orders.
That's a,
That's two.
no, I second.
I know it. That motion's gonna die for lack of a second. I need a second on the particular motion that's on the floor to advertise for an order. All of it, nobody supported it, Ms. Brooks. Motion dies. Move on,
Basically,
Ms.
goes
Carter.
in the minutes that I did make the motion.
It is in the minutes that she made the motion died.
That's fine.
All right, come on, Ms. Carter.
So moved to move forward. for the request.
Second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One abstention.
I got one abstention, motion carries. So Supervisor Redmond out of the room. Come on, Ms. Carter.
Okay, have a travel request from, the coroner's office for Deputy Coroner Lucretia Watkins to attend the 2025 MDII conference in Hattiesburg, Mississippi on April 13th through the 16th. With registration, hotel paid in advance.
Any questions? Need a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
No, look at
Now,
this.
I also have a letter from the 21st Century Community Learning Center, Delta Foundation, and they're asking for the board's financial support to participate in the 2025 Southeastern Regional Drones Tournament. They have, middle school kids, 6th through 8th graders from Coleman, Leland, O'Bannon, and T.O. Western, who are all members of the Washington County Area Drone Teams. And they have the opportunity to compete in a national drones competition to be held on April 14th to the 15th in Lexington, South Carolina. They're requesting the board's help with getting them there.
Give me five
What's
hundred.
asking for?
No amount on it.
There is an amount.
Ms. Brooks.
I believe, donate 5,000.
No.
What?
500. Ms. Brooks, you hear that? Yeah.
At least 2,500. You talking about all the kids at 20, I believe we would do 2,500. That's my motion. 2,500.
I got a motion on the floor. Ms. Brooks, Ms. Carter, tell us where the money would come from out of the general fund.
How much was it?
That's for a trip for kids. That's an investment in our youth in the community.
How much was it?
2,500. All right, we're gonna find it. Thank you, Jerry. I got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor for the 2,500 contribution to, say it again, Ms. Cody.
The Delta Foundation Incorporated for the 21st Century Community Learning Center.
All right. Everybody had a chance to vote, right?
I got kids flying helicopters, whatever they call it.
All right. I did carry the motion, didn't
I'm gonna tell you when I ain't seen them.
I? That motion passed.
They said you some, they said
I didn't.
Did you carry the motion?
That's what I'm checking now. All in favor, show by sign of aye. Make sure we got it. Any opposed? That's unanimous now. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
A reminder of South Delta's spring regional meeting to be held on tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. at their location here in Greenville.
Okay.
Yeah, we can get to that. I also have a request from the city of Leland to use track hole for their lagoon.
What you gotta do?
That's all this is.
All right, I'm pretty sure Clay already knows. Right, Ms.
So
Brooks?
moved.
I got a motion. I need a second. Got a motion and a second for use of our track hole at the, not just the track operator comes with it now. We don't carry the equipment. At their lagoon. We'll get with Clay and make sure that, we have clear understanding.
The last thing I have is the auditors
School?
requesting, to meet
Okay.
with the board individually right after the board meeting.
Which board meeting?
This-
Can you meet me first?
Yeah.
Not you. Ms. Brooks wants to go first. You District 5.
I'm done.
Okay. We'll work it out, Ms. Brooks. What you got, Ms. Holmes?
Can we revisit the Alderson situation, right?
Yeah.
I just pulled a statute, and the statute simply provides that the Alderson service has to be approved by the state auditor, and no advertisement shall be necessary before entering into a contract. Okay, so we fine. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Come on.
I meant no advertisement shall be Did I say advertisement or audit?
We good with what we got.
Yeah, no advertisement is necessary, Ms. Brooks.
Good enough. All right, Ms. Holmes.
That's on the 2135, 31.
Okay, I see it right there. All right, if you all look on the agenda, we got publication of board minutes. Somebody just need approval for the publication of board minutes.
So moved.
I got a motion. And I need a second. I'm gonna second myself. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Holmes.
One bid. Jackson Democrat Times, submits a bid of $175 per publication for each month preceding for the calendar years 2025, 2026. The one and only bid.
So moved to accept.
I got a motion to accept. Second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Yeah.
Quincy Public School District, submits a bond for Samuel Andrew Newsom Jr. as a board member.
So moved.
We got a
To
motion.
approve.
And I got a motion. Supervisor Gordon, need a second.
What's it, we're doing?
It's the regular session.
I mean,
What's
where's
the
the
second?
motion?
She still
For
needs
a
clarification.
bond for a school board member,
School board.
What's the
Newsom.
plan?
Oh, they get a bone.
Just renewing it, I guess.
All right.
I have the,
All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Hollandale School District oath of office for Shannon Standifer to be added to the board's minutes.
Move to accept.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. Thank you. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have the certification
Protection.
for Washington County Election Commissioner Jackie Thompson, Sandra Reed, Rosie Sturdivant, Sadie Sears Sheridan, Naomi Curtis.
Make a motion. I need a motion to accept.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Motion carries.
And I have the minutes from the Washington County Convention and Visitors Committee, March 19th, 2025, February 19th, 2025.
Need a motion to accept.
So moved.
Motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Everybody tired? I'm
And
telling
I also have
I'm
here,
telling
there was a bid taken, for the Winterville Water Association project,
Right, I'm gonna stress it out.
and the tabulations have been sent, the plans are on file. And I made copies for the board.
Is this on the ARPA funds with the,
Yeah, but
okay.
that's,
You're
Scarlett,
finishing-
where are they with this? And this is from Healthland Engineering. And Ms. Scarlett, did they send you this conversation with you?
Yes, I just haven't seen what the tabulation part is this.
Now, because I was thinking we had spent all the money we had for them or something.
You know, this was the other piece of it that.
That's the last piece.
Right.
And how much is left?
I don't know, I'm
And
just
then,
looking at.
yeah, we got a vote today.
I move to go with those.
Their recommendation is that the, low bid of $159,750 from Precision Pipeline and Driller.
All right, second.
I got a motion and a second. We still need clarification, Ms. Carter, as to what's going to happen. What is this? Because I thought all the drilling and everything was done, unless they're trying to run that water line.
That's just whatever y'all can discuss.
That's just with fire plugs in, that's a whole bunch of money just for that. One fire plug. I'll get clarification on it. Pending clarification board, we'll go ahead and approve, but hold what you got now, Ms. Carter. We get some clarification on this. I got a motion and a second. Any other questions? All in favor, show by sign
letter that was sent to Mr. Griffin, rejection of proposed Lake Clear acquisition. A copy was sent to the clerk.
Chief, you good?
Yeah, broke my glasses.
Yeah.
Is that on part of this?
Come on with it.
Will I get reimbursed for?
No.
We will discuss that in executive session.
Good morning.
Morning.
Bill law for March 8th to March 2025. Washington County Regional Correctional Facility in the amount of $21,713.
The meal,
Bill law.
meal law.
So moved to accept.
Got a motion to accept?
Second.
And a second, all in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, got one nay. Chad?
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Got a few things. First, we got April the 24th, 6 o'clock p.m. We have a town hall meeting at New Old First Baptist Church on 705 Nelson Street. The host, Thompson, Ben Thompson. Town hall meeting with the love of the board supervisor there also. Second,
federal issues or local issues?
Federal issues.
talk about government issues.
Just, federal, state, local.
Federal, probably talking about some states also. Second, I'd like to ask the board, good friend of ours, used to live here in Washington County, Willie Creek, died on this past Thursday. Would ask the board to do a resolution.
We'll do a proclamation. I got a motion for a resolution. I'm gonna second it. And we need some information. Chief, Sheriff, we'll get together, get that information. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The third thing I ask is, give approval for the, start bidding for new cars with the budget, with the money we have in the budget.
So
Give me,
moved.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I don't know, cause I think we got $200 some thousand cars went up, so.
Six.
I don't know.
Better jump on that too.
Yes, sir. Sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, just a couple of things. You know, we got our road inspection set for the next meeting, the 21st of this month. So everybody gotta be ready to do the road inspection.
Okay.
We'll need somebody to come along and record minutes and everything else. Ms. Carter, I'll check today and see where the van is we talked about for the, project we have. I hadn't talked to them since they picked it up, so hopefully, they'll have that van ready to go. We may prefer to kind of borrow the new one. Am I missing something, Ms. Bernadine? You do? I got it. Thank you. Come on, Ms. Carter.
The tax assessor is requesting travel for one of his staff members to attend a recertification that's in Jackson on the 15th of this month. So moved.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's it.
That's it? Okay, we got the road inspection. We're gonna have to also get with the sheriff and chief and schedule our jail inspection as well to go ahead and make that happen, get those two things on the calendar and pretty much out of the way. We had talked about the $10,000 contribution for the bass fishing tournament. We only discussed it. And what I want to do this morning is actually have a motion and go ahead to approve that contribution. That tournament's coming up in June. 10.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Who?
Tourism, $10,000.
To who?
Bass fishing, for the bass fishing tournament coming up. They've been doing it for years. It's out of the tourism budget. We have people coming from all over the country. As far away as Oregon, Atlanta, Alabama, Florida.
Hold, look. Yeah, we need to check that.
Check what?
Mr. President.
If it's under tourism.
Are you giving it to tourism?
No, the money we get from them,
Why would we get money from tourism?
because we're promoting this fishing tournament to bring more
Why would we get
tourism
money
back.
from tourism, Mr. President?
Why are we getting it?
Yeah, why would tourism send us some money when we send them money?
You are familiar with the resolution that we do with the repealer to keep them with their tax money coming. I'll
Right,
explain that to you
the
later.
I
money
think they
goes,
send us, what do they send us?
doesn't the
here?
money go to them?
5,000.
20 or 25?
25.
They send us 25 a year,
That's a
disperse
part of
out.
the request. Yeah.
I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
Since you forget.
It's in the legislative.
Oh, okay.
And we're
Okay.
gonna try to get them another 10 back.
No, it don't
No,
go
no,
to
no,
me.
you talking about,
We're
that-
promoting
that-
a tourism
well,
event.
you gonna spend the money.
Yeah.
You're not gonna give it directly to,
What happened is.
the Bass folk, you
Oh,
gonna
yeah, it's
spend
going to the Bass folk. It helps with the fees and everything.
the fees.
Yeah.
Don't the people pay to come and
They supposed to pay
participate?
their own
Let me
fees
do
now,
this
Mr.
for you.
McGee.
You
We can aid in the promotion of it.
I'm glad you woke up. But we've been
I'm
doing
not
it.
asleep.
But
We
we've been
can,
doing
let
it
me
for a
finish, Mr. President. We cannot pay the fee
We're
for
not
you
paying the fee.
for you to fish.
No, I pay my
Okay.
own fee.
All right?
If I fished, I pay my own.
We can help promote it,
That's what we're doing, Mr.
all right? And the checks go for promotion,
It does.
but not to, AB Bass Association.
What bass association is it?
We don't
It's the
know.
American-
So what we do,
Hold on.
we
It's the
pay the checks
American
for
Bass
promotion
Fishing
only?
Anglers of America.
Yes.
So she's saying the check will be written for promotion only.
No, what we do, even though we get the money from tourism, in order to bring this tournament here, the city puts up, the county puts up 10,000. The Visitors Bureau puts up 10,000.
Okay.
And I don't know what the city gonna put in.
But the question is, what expenditures will that money be used?
The promotion they're
Defer.
putting on the event in order to bring people
And,
here.
and who will the money go to pay these
They could use
expenses?
it as for prize money and everything else, Mr. President. And just overall cost of putting the event on.
How much did we give, how much have we been giving them?
10.
Was it 10?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. For the last 7, 8 years.
I know you've been asking for money for long before I got here,
You read my lips?
Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
but I had reservation about it. But go ahead. I'll look at. I want to look at because I have yet to see what the money's being spent on.
Okay,
Mr.
just look
President.
at statute, not what you said, okay? Just look at statute.
I'm gonna look at the statute.
That's what I need.
Yes, sir.
You done read the
All right,
statute
in the
too,
meantime-
so that's why I asked that question, because when he came and read the statute, he didn't say nothing about this.
All right, I got a motion and a second on the floor. What's the pleasure?
I'm abstaining, because I don't.
With the attorney's approval, Mark?
When did they come, Mr. President?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna
What's
second.
the date of this?
It's what is it, Memorial Day weekend, Mr.
We
President.
got. I'll look at it very carefully. We're gonna scrutinize.
We just put the money in place early. All right, I got a motion on the floor, and it depends on feedback from the attorney. All in favor, show a sign of aye. Any opposed?
Is that,
I got one, that's, what, abstain, Ms. Brooks? One
we,
abstain.
cause we do, you know, for the rodeos and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm gonna tell y'all about that one. All right, motion carries.
Can we revisit the request for this religious donation?
Go ahead.
Generally, the county cannot directly donate to a religious organization for community outreach activities, as this would violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, which prohibits government funding of religious activities. That is one, I'm gonna look further at it, but as a general proposition, I'm putting that out there right now, okay?
All right, so what's your recommendation?
I'm not recommending it right now, but I'm putting that out there so you can know where I'm leaning, Mr. President.
Just don't say it.
Okay?
I mean, so, and I guess more so the people know what they need
Yes,
to do, because
right.
they're trying to plan.
I'll finish it up. I'll finish it up this afternoon, but I wanted to let you know generally that's a prohibition.
That's a denial there, Mr. President. It's prohibited.
Yes.
Let him finish his research,
Okay.
you know, he's got, you know.
All right, well, this is approved depending on the final
Yeah,
recommendation.
Yeah,
from the-
of the attorney.
All right, we did, motion passed on the, fishing tournament. Lee, you good?
With the approval of the attorney on that also.
With the approval on the attorney?
Yeah, the
now.
fishing.
Yes.
All right. Lee, you good?
Yep.
Ms. Brooks, you good?
Yes, I'm gonna just bring awareness to the month of April. Okay, so April, is also recognized for autism awareness in our community for the month of April. We also have alcohol awareness month for the month of April. We also have World Health Day for the month of April. Really, I just always talk about with World Health, really just being prepared and self-checking yourself and self-care, making sure you're okay, making sure your body's healthy. I just think we shouldn't wait till we have aches and pains to go to the doctor. Do your annual exams from colon to breast exams, just annual checkup, and even men, just do your annual checkup. But anyway, World Health Day is in the month of April. Also, we have Earth Day in the month of April as well. So we have a lot of awarenesses going on. If you'd like to donate to them, please give, because actually, you know, without our help, our donations, that's how we do research. Thank you.
Mr. River, you good?
All I wanted to do is make sure you all check the roads, because he just sent this, and I have a couple of them.
Is that on Wilmot there?
Right, I have a couple of them that is watching, so, and all this weather that we got, we just look for our roads and bridges. Make sure that our people on board.
Okay. Now we got an invitation here from the chapter of 190th Order of the Eastern Stars. They're having an event on Saturday the 17th at Hardy Park, starting at 10 a.m. to 2
This
a.m.
Saturday. This Saturday.
17th, May 17th.
Oh,
Yeah, May 17th. So we'll cover this again at the next board meeting as a reminder to support this organization. So I'm gonna make sure we keep this out, and we'll finish it as we get closer. We'll continue to review it.
One other thing I like to bring up. I have a real concern about the restroom over in, and actually I got a lot of complaints about it, in the road department. It is inhabitable. I wouldn't, inhabitable for anybody to go in and use it, and I mean that. Also, I was disturbed to hear that they got two different restrooms, one for supervisors and one there's non-supervisors. And I thought that was the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. So, actually, a group of people told me this, workers told me this. They just recently told me this. They have a restroom for supervisors, and they're all men, except for one lady. I can see you have one for women and one for men, but clearly not one for supervisors and one for non-supervisors. But we do need to get those restrooms up to par, because at the end of the day, they are county employees, and those restrooms are, and I have pictures of them, I send them to y'all, I don't even want to share them to the public, of our employees. But my biggest concern also is really talking about having showers out for the ones that's collecting garbage, because we have a lot going on in our community, picking up all this garbage debris. I just feel that they need to be able to shower when they complete picking. Any employee in their department want to shower, that's fine. But I'd like for us to provide that option versus you never know what you're picking up, because everything is airborne, from coronavirus to all other type of virus, that they can take a shower before they go back to their individual dwellings.
We'll get on top of that immediately. We still have an executive session. We have a couple of items. We got potential litigation. We got contract negotiations. And do we have a personnel matter, Ms. Carter? We do have a personnel matter.
So the issues are about to, who's going to address the issue? You will? All right, thank you.
Since you said that, it kind of reminded me too. We never did, we approved it even several years ago about looking into the restrooms out at the racetrack. So one of the people that went out there the other day said, it made me think of it, said it was just, I don't even want to say what they were using for the restrooms out there, but, we approved it a while back. We need to follow up on that too and kind of see, because, it was some issue about a septic tank versus something, but we need to look in it. Nothing was ever done.
The plan was to take it off the septic system. We had problem with this weekend without the rain with the septic. The expo building as well as the racetrack on the septic system.
Yeah.
And we've got to get them off of that because we do have sewer lines running on the property. And so we'll make sure that we get a
if you would follow up on that,
So it was the bathroom just not up to par?
No.
Well, first of all, I mean, just, upgrading the bathrooms, number one, and number two, if you decide to change from septic to the lines, that's fine. But a matter of just getting the bathrooms up to par for citizens that come and wanna use.
Right, we're gonna look and see where we are, like Lee said, we had approved it, I'm pretty sure I know what happened.
Yeah.
But, we won't get into that, but, we'll go ahead and get that back on track
Okay.
to make sure it happens, so that before we put money in the budget for it, now we have to put something together, get that done. Cause I went and actually took a look myself some years ago, and it was pretty rough. All right, now we got an executive session, I've already stated what we're going in for personnel matter, potential litigation, and we'll call one of them contract.
Contracted, yes.
All right, I wanna appreciate everybody for coming out, but I need a motion.
You got some.
Hey,
Excuse me, hi, how you doing?
you have to give us your name and everything now. Come on
I
up.
think everybody can.
No, we don't, it's for the record.
But my question is this.
Come on up and give us your name. I'm serious. For the record.
Good morning. My name is Bertha Allison, and I have one question.
Okay.
Does Washington County have a tornado shelter?
No.
Why we don't have one?
We've basically had a conversation with our emergency manager, and years ago there was funding, then the funding went away. We've been in contact with the congressman, but I want you to keep one thing in mind. Shelters are not something that's for 20 to 100 people. We need something as big as our convention center. Watch it. Go ahead. Your mouth fell on that.
I do understand what you're saying, but I live 6 miles east of Hollywood.
Right.
I don't need to have to come to Greenville for tornadoes travel.
Right.
We need a tornado shelter, probably somewhere in Arcola or Hollandale or Leland, where it's closer for us. The people in Greenville need one also.
Everybody needs one, but we have to make sure we have adequate space for it. And we may just have the space, might happen to be in October. We'll get into that. But right now, let us meet with the principals and find out where it is and see what we can do to raise these funds. We'll assign our emergency manager the task. I saw the news reports where they had these shelters, and I remember the time when we actually thought we were pursuing funding and was on a pretty good path to getting funding. Our congressman insisted on us having it, and but things changed, things happen with the funding in the Congress. But we'll put that back on the front burner. Ms. Allison, Haley.
You can put that on the burner?
Yes, ma'am.
When I was younger, I may be imagining this, but it seemed like back in those days during the tornadoes, they would open up the courthouse, the city hall, the larger buildings for people for tornado shelters back then. I remember that as a child, and it would have somewhere people to go, and that may be a possibility at some point, between the larger buildings like City Hall, the courthouse, different ones that would sustain more winds than a lot of people living in mobile homes or either, something small. But I think I remember that they opened up the federal buildings and the local buildings that would sustain some winds like that, and people went to those back in the 70s and 60s and 70s, because I remember as a child going to those when tornado warnings would be out. So at some point, I guess we've gotten away from that, Huh? I know Baldwin County used to have that.
But Ms. Allison, we'll take a look at that with our emergency management team and give you some feedback on it.
But
Mr.
not only,
President, members of the board, what can be done, and Mr. Gordon's point is well taken, back in the day, they used to open the courthouse and various other facilities. This county can designate certain locations as shelters for that purpose, okay? Identify and designate those shelters and make certain they are open and to accommodate people.
But are they built?
There you go.
Well,
withstand that.
That's right.
There's a certification process.
Yes, it is.
Where you
And the
actually-
closest one here now is Amerigo.
Yeah, but there's a certification
there's
process.
one in Boyle.
All right.
One in Boyle too.
All that's
One
good.
in Boyle.
Yes,
Who
ma'am.
wanna drive all the way to Boyle?
No, that's just, they only accommodate 20 people per. Okay, those two, all right?
Ms. Allison, I'm glad you brought that to the attention to the board, because disaster relief preparedness is very, very important this day and time. I'm constantly bringing it up to the board, because I'm looking at what's going on. Just Sharkey County is right next door. When it hit Grays, that's a reality check for our county to make sure we have those locations. And I agree, we need one in each municipality if we have buildings that are eligible to be a location, because it shouldn't be Leland have to come to Greenville, Leland got to go to Hollandale, or Hollandale got to come over to Leland. It should be you get in your car and you go no more than 5 miles. It shouldn't be that. So that should be our priority in our community, in our county.
Ms. Allison, we do appreciate you for that, and hang with us, but let me get with the emergency manager and we'll look at funding. Thank you, Sheriff, because the congressman is coming here in a few days, and we'll follow with that, but I know where that one's going to be, as far as funding, and we will have to look at multiple locations, plus see if we got some that's already built. With a few dollars invested, it can be certified, as a designated shelter. All right, thank you. Need some Jesus, okay. Thank you, Ms. Rep. All right, I need a motion to go into closed session. Now is our intent again for executive session. I'm gonna make, thank you. I need a motion. Thank you, Jerry. I'm gonna second it. We're going into executive session for contract negotiations, potential litigation, and personnel matters. I need a motion to go into executive session. Thank you. And a second. All in favor, show by sign of